Turn off your cell phones, please.
Good evening. Today is Thursday, June 11th, 2026, and it is now 6:32 p.m., and I call the Fraser City Council regular meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you much. City Manager, please call the roll.
Baranski.
Present.
Fletcher.
Present.
Higgins. Here. Lesich.
Here.
Odell.
Here.
Perry.
Here.
Shornack.
Thank you very much. Item number 4, approval of the agenda. I have one change. I would like to make a motion to remove item D, item E, water meter replacement recommendation of award, and replace it with consideration of the purchase of a Polaris Ranger Crew XP for the Public Safety Department.
I'll second that.
Right? We have a motion to amend the agenda and a second. All in favor of that amendment, say aye. Aye. We have Councilmember Shornack.
I also had requested, I guess I should have done it in writing, but I thought when we did it at the meeting it would be, but that we discuss possibly going out for an RFP for any of the building stuff that McKenna, for the building department that McKenna currently does for us.
Yep, I had sent an email update out to everyone that we wouldn't have that available for this agenda, but we should have it ready for the July one.
Okay, sorry, I must have missed that.
No problem.
Okay, just wanted to verify.
All right, Councilmember Higgins.
Do we have a plan to extend, because our another contract is up July 1st, and the meeting in July is July 16th,
I don't think it's up in July.
isn't it? I thought it was.
I
so.
thought it was too.
I don't,
Well,
we'll find out.
I know both of the contracts, we have a 30-day clause.
Okay.
okay, that works.
Okay.
And we did inform McKenna that we were going to be doing this.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, we have one amendment to the agenda that has passed, and Councilmember Boransky.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Boransky, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Odell to approve the amended agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. The agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Item number 5, citizen participation on agenda items. This is the portion of the meeting where if you can't stay for that particular item on the agenda, now you can come up and speak for up to 5 minutes on that agenda item. Is there anyone here that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, we will move on. Item number 6, consent agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Odell, seconded by Councilmember Fletcher to approve the consent. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I got a hum over here. Apologies, Councilmember, seconded by Councilmember Shornack. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 7, new business. A, appointment of Darlene Davies Warner to the Fraser Historical Commission. City Manager.
This is someone that has been recommended by the Historical Commission, and this is filling a vacancy with term ending 6/30/2030.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Higgins, did you want to?
I'll make that motion.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll second.
Who was that? Okay.
It was me. We do not sound the same.
That one did. I'll give I had
All
a
right.
thought.
And I do want to note, I think Darlene's been doing a lot of work for the commission already as their gardener, so we're very appreciative of that, and just wanted to pass that along from the commission.
Okay, I reviewed the resume, and she is eminently qualified. She's a master gardener and heavily involved in a variety of volunteer efforts, and we appreciate her considering joining the volunteer team of this city. Any other comments from the council members? Anyone from the audience like to speak on this? All right, motion to approve Darlene Davis Warner to the Fraser Historical Commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Welcome to the team. Item number 7B, fiscal year 25-26 budget amendments.
So you have a number of budget amendments that were provided in your packet. We did have a little bit of an update from our finance director at the last minute. With this being the last budget amendments for the fiscal year, we always try to get as close as what we can, being realistic, because with the audit, we need to make sure that we are not over our budgeted amounts for any of the department totals. Certainly, Anjali is here to answer any questions that you may have regarding these.
Good evening. Councilmember Shornack.
I just have a question with regards to memberships for city council. Why are we increasing it $7,000? What is that for?
Try that again. Helps if it's plugged in. Works a lot better that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing is new, but I noticed when the MML membership was paying, we are doing like different way, just going to the different department. But it is like it make more sense to doing the membership going to the city council. So it's just like a coding correction kind of stuff. That's why.
So it's basically for employees and city council?
Yes, more the city council. Yeah. Before that, it was like going to the general fund, motor pool, like different funds like allocation. So we just put in the one. That's the only change. We were paying always membership.
This is the Michigan Municipal League.
Yes.
Do we do workman's comp through them as well?
So that's, yes, we do, but they're the different, so I do the allocation for the different department for that. It is like big invoice, 60,000 something.
But I assume you have to be a member of the MML to get the MML insurance? But we are members of the Michigan Municipal League. So this was just coming out of different accounts in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's just under one umbrella.
No, I get that, but I'm wondering why we would do that, why we wouldn't keep it under those accounts, so we know what training's being done through the MML, through each.
So this is our citywide membership for MML. So all of the mailings that we get from MML, there's the magazines that go to council and the city manager. This is the city membership, so it's not attending any type of training or anything like that. One of the things that we've done historically is all of the city memberships, like chambers and things like that, have been charged to city council because it's really a city umbrella thing. It's hard to really determine splitting it up between departments because a lot of departments don't even utilize it at all.
Okay, I don't want anybody coming and thinking that anybody on the council's trying to like, I don't know, do all these trainings and stuff on their dime kind of thing.
Nope,
because-
not at all.
Okay.
Okay. I just have something about the local community stabilization share.
Yes.
Just a couple of things that I'd like to make sure that we're clear on. Under the explanation, it says the second installment received. It's an overpayment. It's not really a second installment of an existing payment.
Yeah,
I want to make sure that, because we don't budget for this.
No, we don't budget because usually we get, but it's not surety we will get it.
Correct. But you do budget. We're now doing an amendment to
Yes,
add this.
I don't budget, but if usually we receive that money in May every year, but I want to do the budget amendment, so we are close to our actual.
Okay. All right. But I would like that in the future to be the May overpayment or May excess else, whatever they call it.
Okay,
I
sure.
just want to be clear because we've talked about that with the library. They get that money as well.
Yeah,
Just want to make sure we're using the same terminology between.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Any other questions about these budget amendments? Everything else seems in order. Anyone like to make a motion to approve them? Mayor Pro Tem Odell.
I'll make the motion to approve the budget amendments as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Odell, seconded by Councilmember Higgin to approve the budget amendments as presented. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 7C, presentation from ESO Billing Company regarding medical billing. I believe this is for our ambulance service. Good evening.
Good evening.
I just wanted to just introduce Jody Abraham, who's from our billing company. She's currently handing out some flyers for you so that maybe you can follow along, and she'll give you as detailed explanation as she can as to what our billing practices are, and hopefully answer any questions that you have. Angeli is also present in case there's additional questions that she may have to field. So with that, I will let Jody do her thing.
Good evening.
Good evening. Speak right into the microphone so we can hear you.
Sure. Is that better? All right. Good evening. Thanks for letting me come out here and request from the Public Safety Department here. I'm Jody. I'm from EMSMC. We are your third-party billing company, so we bring in the revenue for the Public Safety Department. And I just wanted to present today just some numbers of revenue, and then broken down into resident versus non-resident, and just give you just the data that you guys were asking for. So I'll just go through. The first slide is just letting you know, since our partnership started in 2012, this is how much we've processed, 9,200, brought in $3.4 million total. The next slide is just 2025. So billed encounters total 1,436. That would be billable encounters, not total transports or responses that happened in 2025, with an average of $408.46 per trip. I did want to just really quickly go over what reimbursement looks like and how that works. So for the City of Fraser, 14% of the transports, a patient does not have insurance. They're either paying out of their pocket or do not have insurance. 72% of your payer mix is a federal payer. So what that means is the Medicare and Medicaid. When we're looking at the majority of your funding coming in through the federal government, there's lots of rules that need to be followed. So one of the things that's stipulated in that is that patients are legally responsible for copays and deductibles, and that's mostly for your Medicare patients. Unless the city has, and I know there's been some discussion on waiving the cost sharing for patients and residents, unless the city has a specific ordinance that states that that those cost sharings can be waived based on taxes and millage, however that looks. So there is that stipulation. I did put a chart here of what your current rates are. There are rates separated out between resident and non-resident. And then also listed in that first column is what Medicare allows. So what happens is if you flip to the next page, so what happens is when you guys, so let's just say the example that I give here. An ALS ambulance goes out and transports a patient. That charge is $700. Medicare only allows $537.97 on that charge. So the difference between the $700 and the $537 is a contractual allowance that doesn't go to the patient. You don't see that money. And then 20% of that is a patient copay. So for this example here, it would be $537.97 is what's allowed. The 20%, so the final payment that would come in from insurance is $430. Then the patient's responsibility is $107. So when we look at the charges that are like the total charges, they look a lot bigger than what they are. Just wanted to explain that really quick. And then also what happens too is at the beginning of the year, all the insurances will pay, charge their copays and deductibles and things back to the patient. So when we break that down, the next page here, the total charges for 2025 were just over $1 million. And when we break that down into resident and non-resident charges, these are full charges. So this is without the contractuals, without anything. This is full charges. 59% of those charges are for residents and 41% of those are for non-residents. The total revenue from 2025 was $542,309. And breaking that down into resident and non-resident, 346,000-ish versus 195. So, obviously the majority of the transports that happen are for residents. What I wanted to do is give a dollar amount to what the actual true patient responsibility is out of that total revenue. So for 2025, we collected for residents $35,670.69. There still was an open AR in 2025, so that means any account that had a balance on it, that is a patient responsibility balance. So that would be anything cost sharing back to the patient of 96,000. So if we wanted to put a total that if you were going to start waiving cost sharing for residents, last year we would be looking at about $130,000 that would have been waived. And then I broke down also the non-resident. That wouldn't change, but that's what was paid and what was still owed at the end of 2025. Just so you know, if you wanted to kind of put maybe a roundabout total to maybe what could be collected on those open accounts, private pay collection percentage is about 12%. It's still fairly low, but then also what happens is if the patient doesn't pay, there is a collections process as well, and that gets turned over to collections, and then they pursue. So it's still, an open collectible balance. And then any of those balances that are open that we're collecting from patients have co-pays, deductibles, and then anybody that doesn't have insurance, those full balances. If you flip to 2026, just wanted to give you totals of this year so far as well. Total charges, 428, broken down into resident and non-resident, and then also total revenue so far year to date. If we flip to that last slide, or the last page here, right now we've collected $12,476 in patient payments, and there's still an open balance of $37,240. So that's still what's to be collected from patients for residents, and then the non-resident totals as well. Did you guys have any questions for me?
Yeah, we do have Councilmember Shornack was first.
Okay,
Sure.
so I have several.
Sure.
One, when do these accounts receivable get sent out for collection? At what time period?
So once once an account is identified as we call it bill patient, but as a patient responsibility, they get 3 invoices over 90 days.
Okay, so it gets sent at 90?
Yeah, at 90. So from the time that the first patient bill is initiated. So it might be 4 months if we're collecting from insurance.
Okay, so then the next question is, do you guys have a collection company that you're using, and do they get like a certain percentage of that collections? And then what is their return? Like, do you get it like a monthly report, like we've gotten this much back? And do they sue the people and get judgments against them so they can collect?
Gotcha. So each of the collection agency contracts are through each of the municipalities and the cities. So we don't have the contract. So as far as that data, I can get that for you, but I don't. So it'll get turned over. I'm not sure if there's a lot. Usually there is. I don't know the exact company that off the top of my head who they use, but I can get you all that information.
Do you know, Sam?
Arbor Professional. Okay, so they usually collect about 30% once it gets turned over. They charge about 30%.
Yeah, that's typical. Okay.
Yeah.
And then do you guys ever, like, there's some companies that'll buy debt. Is there anybody who's ever approached you to buy that medical debt?
No.
Because they'll give you like 50 cents on the dollar, but they'll take it.
Yeah, no,
Depending on
because
how far out it is.
yeah, because we usually stay pretty clean on, once it hits that 30, that 3 invoice mark, then that's set up to go to collections at that point. And then so it ends up getting adjusted off in our system, and then it becomes the collection agency that pursues that debt at that point.
You get 30%. Okay.
We have Councilmember Baranski. You have a question?
Yeah, thank you. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Exactly what I wanted to see. So this is really great because what I heard, if I heard you right, is if we don't charge our residents, we're only reducing it by $130,000. We're not taking it to zero. We're not, if we don't charge them the deductible, the out-of-pocket, the whatever, right? And that is allowed even within the Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement rate. So we're not impacting our income for our residents through insurance. So to me, that's a no-brainer. But also, when I look at this, and I apologize to the residents, I didn't pay as close of attention until now, especially because now I have a bill that I got from a private ambulance service. Our out-of-resident rates are incredibly low. They're $25 more or $150 more. That doesn't seem to make sense when our residents are already paying the millage. So if you want to make up your lost revenue on what we're waiving the residents when it's, what was your percentages, you just have to tweak the math, and we would have no net loss by charging our residents no premium, deductible, whatever, and increasing what we pay the out-of-resident runs.
Well, can I just respond to that? So when you talk about raising rates, remember, what did I say, 70-something% is a federal payer. So no matter what you charge, you're not going to get anything different,
Well, on
resident or
the
non-resident.
17%, I'm sorry, on the what percent was, you said you have 14% of Fraser mix is private pay. What
Yes.
percent of the out of town was private pay? Did you do that math?
No, that's combined. That's combined.
So it's
resident
14%
and non-
total.
Yeah, it's 14% total.
Right, so
Yes.
14%, we would get more on 14% of the bills if we raise rates on the residents.
Only for
On the,
uninsured.
non-residents.
Only for uninsured, though, or some of the commercial payers. So what'll happen is so I'll use this example. So let's just say you decided for non-residents to up the fee to $1,000. I'll just use simple math.
Exactly, please.
So you decide, okay, let's just raise non-resident to $1,000. So anybody uninsured would be responsible for that full $1,000.
Right.
Anybody that has insurance, it's not going to bring any additional money because the majority of your payers are federal payers with a fixed fee schedule, no matter what you charge. So there isn't any additional revenue except on that small portion of the uninsured, that 14%.
Or commercial.
Or commercial, some of the commercial, yeah, which
Yeah.
is, I think you guys are, I didn't put it in here, but you guys are at about 5%.
Right. The point is, there are
yeah.
opportunities to make up the money and still give our residents a break and not double charge them. That was my point. So that's why I wanted the data.
Yeah.
It's there. The math is there. Thank you for this.
Anything else? Any other questions?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Odell.
Sure.
Do any other communities that you guys work with do any type of reimbursements to the residents for ambulance service charges?
Like
Have you ever known of any other cities that?
that waive fees for residents? Yeah, there are some. Yep. Some in this area, some in Macomb County, some, we have it all over the place. We have some that, due to millages or tax, whatever, and then they still bill residents, and then some don't. And then they waive the cost sharing.
So some they just don't charge at all.
If the patient has insurance, then they just collect what was billed from insurance, and then, anything else is adjusted off.
Thank you.
Councilmember Higgins.
So my concern raising the rates for non-residents, especially to $1,000, is I think the higher you put those non-resident rates, especially all the way up to $1,000, you're going to have a lot more people who are not paying, and that's going to be going to collections, and you're only getting a fraction. That would be my concern. It's an assumption. I think it's a strong assumption.
Right now, you're at a 12% collection rate for private pay.
You're at
You know.
12% collection rate?
Yeah.
Yeah,
12% of a little bit
12%
bigger
of what
number.
you bill out, you're going to collect off of a private pay
Yeah.
patient.
I think if we go to $1,000, a lot more people look at that and say, I'm not paying this.
Yeah, I did a rate comparison for the city as well, not too long ago. And it's pretty comparable, especially in this county. A lot of the departments tend to stay pretty similar to the charges, at least the municipality agencies.
Okay, any other questions at this time? All right, I think we're good for now. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks for clarifying this. And if we have more questions, we can direct them to the city manager and get them over to you. All right. Item number 7D, Stormwater Asset Management Plan Presentation. Ashley and Jacob, right? Ed, can you bring that presentation up there? Perfect.
All right, good evening, everyone. As the mayor mentioned, I have Jacob Fennick with me from AEW. He's a graduate engineer who helped assist in preparing the update to the Stormwater Asset Management Plan. So previously, council approved AEW to complete an update to the Stormwater Asset Management Plan. It previously had not been updated since it was first developed in 2018. The plan is going to include condition assessments, asset inventories, and criticality scoring. We reviewed all of the previous portions of the plan and updated to reflect the current conditions of the city system, and then also renewed priorities as well for the city. So it is our understanding and it's intention of the city to update this plan every 5 years moving forward to assist in capital improvement planning efforts. So we do have a presentation prepared to just kind of high level go through the updates to the plan. You also have digital and printed copies of that plan available, and the presentation, I think, is just digital. And then ultimately, we're looking for council to just receive and file the plan for future capital improvement planning efforts.
Couple housekeeping items. What is a stormwater asset management plan for those that haven't read one?
Sure. So it's a pretty lengthy report. It's going to detail all of the storm structures, so manholes and catch basins, and also all of the sewer lines in the city, all the storm sewer. We have assigned, we'll say, unique IDs to all of those and have tabulated all the characteristics of those assets. So what materials they're made out of, what their condition ratings are, where are they located, and we look at all of that to ultimately assign a score to that asset. So that asset is then going to be scored, and we'll go a little bit deeper into that, but anything that's deemed critical or high, we would look to propose to put into a capital improvement plan. So this asset management plan just details how we looked at everything, in what ways we looked at it, and then there's a lot of appendices related to the actual data of all of the structures and sewers, and then some maps that kind of high level show the critical assets as well as some other unique things about the city.
Okay, take it away.
All right. So just a brief overview of what we'll discuss today. We're going to cover a little bit of the previous asset management plan, what was included there. We're going to go over the current storm system, so some of the assets. We'll go through how we approach the asset management plan, condition assessments, risk findings, some recommendations for the capital improvement plan, key issues that we found, system concerns, and then recommendations. So we will move on to the previous asset management plan. So the last plan was updated in 2018. This was the first one that the city completed, and it was completed under a SAW grant. So the state of Michigan put out a large grant program for cities to get funding to televise and clean portions of their either storm sewer or their sanitary sewer system. So Fraser chose to go for their storm sewer system. So with that grant, about 55% of the city's storm system was televised and cleaned. So we have videos and reports of those sewers and or structures as well, detailing defects, if there's holes, if there's offset joints, structural issues, if there's mineral deposits, any issues on the structure side, so if there's missing bricks or blocks, if it's cracking, water inflow, a lot of different things are categorized in there. So this first asset management plan helped establish a baseline understanding of the system, but only for about half of the system. For the structure inspections, we do have more of that. We have about, I think, 87-ish% of the structures, so a lot more data is available there. 55% is just on the sewers.
The structure is a manhole or a catch basin or somewhere that collects the water.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So with this initial plan, the GIS portal was also updated. You really built out that storm sewer layer on the portal with this investigation. So this is just a snippet on the right side, a little bit of what it looks like when you go in there. You can see all the different sewers, and then we'll get into what the different colors mean.
Is red good?
Red is just private.
Oh, okay. That's good then.
Yes. So we can move on to the collection system overview.
Yep, so just a quick overview of the storm sewer collection system. The city has approximately 48 miles of sewer with 2,500 manholes and catch basins. Those are the structures that Ashley is referring to. Also for retention ponds, 2 pump stations, which are located one on Masonic, and then the Linden Pump Station as well, and then a SCADA system. The picture on the right is just an overview map from the GIS portal. We can move on to the storm sewer ownership slide. So this slide just shows the storm sewer infrastructure that is owned by several different entities, as Ashley mentioned. The portion of the map shown on the right is the southeastern corner of the city, so between 13 and 14 Mile. This is where you'll see all the different colors shown. The different lines are different storm sewers that are owned by the City of Fraser, the Macomb County Department of Roads, and the Public Works Commissioner. Also, the Michigan Department of Transportation, and then the red private storm sewers. Also, the blue boxes are the ponds in the city. Move on to the core components of an AMP.
Next slide here. Thank you.
So just going through some different components of the asset management plan, the asset inventory, which identifies and documents all the assets, which includes pipes, structures, and facilities. Level of service, LOS, that defines the system characteristics, performance. Criticality, which is the risk evaluation, which we'll get into a little more, that uses the probability of failure, POF, and consequence of failure, COF. Those will be defined further. And the capital improvement plan, CIP, that is a prioritized plan for the rehabilitation and replacement of the assets. And then ultimately a financial strategy and funding plan, which would establish a sustainable approach to fund the ongoing maintenance, repairs, and capital improvement. Move on to the stormwater asset plan overview slide.
All right, so as we looked at updating the asset management plan, we met with DPW and heard the current city concerns, just because there has been obviously a change of staff, different concerns as, heavier rains have become more prominent as well. So the plan was refined based on current priorities and system performance as well. So we updated the risk analysis using the POF and COF that Jacob mentioned, and then it ultimately creates a final score, what we call a BRE score, which we'll explain a little bit further. This is a scoring system that is recommended by the state of Michigan, EAGLE. So it really tries to look overall at the system and put a number to it, so that way it's a little bit easier to understand and then also plan for as well. So ultimately, the framework of this plan is to identify what's your most at-risk asset, and then what is that posing the greatest safety or cost concern to the city. So we can go ahead and go into the framework of the plan. So the plan is built on an evaluation of the storm system using a lot of the characteristics of the system. So we're looking at the age of all of the sewers and structures, the material that they're made out of. Are they made out of concrete or made out of plastic, brick, block? The condition of those pipes and manholes, and also their location. So are they in the roadway? Are they in the green belt? Are they under gross spec? Are they under a local road? The capacity, are they under capacity? So we have some smaller, as you'll see, some corrugated metal pipe that's in ditches. It's undersized if to the normal storm sewer, and then also we look at all of the scores that are generated from all those characteristics. So moving forward, ultimately the goal of the stormwater asset management plan is to improve the level of service the storm system is providing, also complying with any regulatory requirements. So the city is required to perform maintenance on ponds, perform sampling for different items such as E. coli at storm outfalls. And then we're also looking to proactively rehabilitate any storm defects. And then also trying to look at minimizing localized flooding, which we'll talk about a little bit when we get to corrugated metal piping. But some items to consider moving forward are modeling the system, public participation, and then also televising the sewer system. So we'll move on to getting into the meat of the data. We'll talk about the probability of failure. So that's the POF we'll refer to. This is one component of the scoring system. So there's two, the POF and COF. The POF measures the likelihood of an asset to fail. So this is based on inspections, defects that are found during the inspection, and then any operational issues. So scores, you can kind of see on the right side of that slide, those are directly taken from our scoring tables. So the weighting factor, everything's assigned either a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and then a % of that amount. So if we felt that it was structurally rated from a report, and the report is generated by somebody that is certified, if they rated it a 5, we would be giving that a 5, but they would only be getting 25% of that 5, ultimately to equal 100%. So the O&M rating as well, someone that was certified gave a number to that, either manhole or sewer, and so we used that number. And then we also looked at the material of for the top table for sewer. So we felt that corrugated metal piping was the biggest issue pipe material in the city, so we rated that a 5. We rated concrete lower. Well, we don't see as many issues in the city with concrete. And then vitrified clay pipe is kind of at that 4. And then there's a blank at 3. And I wanted to touch on that because I mentioned we only televise 55% of the city's storm sewers. So to try to generate scores for all of that remaining percentage, we just assigned a blanket 3 because we don't know the material. And the same thing went for the structural and O&M rating as well. So everything just kind of got a middle of the road. We don't know what's going on. Just so you don't have a bunch of like 1s or 0s when we were generating scores. So similarly for manhole structures, you can see we strictly just looked at the score 1 through 5 that the inspector rated the structure, and that was for the structural rating. So we can move on to consequence of failure. So this is the second part of that overall score. Very similar in how we go about calculating it. We look at a certain characteristic. So for this case, we look at the size of the pipe or structure and then where it's located. So is it located in a green belt? Is it located in a local major road, county road, state trunk line? Or we also added, for it being the highest factor, if it's near a building. So as we were going through, we noticed for both sewers and structures, there's some that are what we would feel under the influence or near the influence of buildings. So we added that up to the highest level because those we felt would have the most consequence failure if you're next to somebody's house or building.
Can I just stop you? An example of that would be an 11-foot sewer interceptor on 15 Mile that collapsed. The consequence of failure of
Correct.
that was significant.
Correct, that's a perfect.
It would be a 5.
Yes, that would
Okay.
be a 5. So likewise, same thing for structures. The larger the structure and then where it's located, those also got factored into the consequence of failure. So we can move on to how we calculate the final score for the business risk exposure.
Yeah, so the business risk exposure, or BRE scoring, is calculated by multiplying the probability of failure, POF, and consequence of failure, COF scores, to prioritize the critical assets, which those are BREs greater than 16. So the scores range from 1 to 25 by multiplying the POF and COF. These assets are evaluated based on criticality and identify those posing the greatest risk and prioritize them for repair or replacement. So as I mentioned, the BREs greater than 16 are identified as critical, so those are assets that you would like to repair sooner rather than later and have the highest priority. Can now move into the results summary slide. So these are just some general tables based on the reports and spreadsheets that were made. On the left, you'll see the storm sewer BRE results. So you'll see a very small number of critical rating sewers. Majority are in the low rating, approximately 90%, with about just under 10% in the high priority rating, which was a BRE score of a 9 to a 16. The larger footage under the low range is mainly due to the location. So a lot are in green belts or small access areas and have low disruption. And also, a lot of those were not televised. As Ashley mentioned, we only televised 55%. So with televising the remaining part of the system, we probably would see more sewers go into the higher, the critical, rather than the low rating. On the right side, the storm structure BRE results. So you can see that a little bit higher percentage, 132 structures fell under the critical rating. And then a majority were in the low and high ratings from 0 to 16. Basically, 87% were inspected before, so we are pretty confident in some of those numbers, even if we inspected the remaining 10 to 15% of these structures. We can move on to the storm sewer rehabilitation costs.
So looking at those summary of results, we tried to put an estimated cost to fix the system together. So for sewer rehabilitation, we're estimating about $7 million. And I'll keep mentioning it. This is not knowing what 55 or the other 45% of the system is. So please take that with a grain of salt. We did try to project what the cost might be. But not knowing what those look like, you're kind of just getting a placeholder dollar value. But some methods for rehabilitation include lining. So the city already continues a sanitary sewer lining program. So this would be probably a nice one to piggyback off of and add in some storm sewers into a contract. Spot and sectional repairs, these are going to be smaller dig ups. So we're open cutting the road or the green belt, wherever these might be, but it's not a large impact. We're not talking hundreds of feet. We're talking maybe 10 to 30 feet sections. Floor replacements, this would be manhole to manhole or something that would be a larger section, closer to, larger than maybe 30 or 40 feet. Those are both dig ups, so obviously more impact to residents or drivers, and then also usually an increased cost as well. I wanted to touch on just some materials of storm sewer. When we go through the design of replacing a storm sewer or performing a repair, we do evaluate the different pipe materials that are available to perform those repairs. And then also it depends on the application, if they're under the influence of the roadway, if they're near a building, if they're in the green belt. So some of those do play into the cost of the repairs. So none of that is factored into the $7 million. It's just something to think about moving forward when those are fully designed. We can move into the structure costs. So this is for about 87% of the structures. We're about just over 1 million we're projecting for rehab and replacement. We did, similar to the sewer, do a projection of what those other ones that haven't been inspected might be. And some different methods to do repairs or replacement would be lining. Similar to a sewer, you can do a liner on the inside of that structure. Minor repairs would be patching ceiling, and then full structure replacements would be the most expensive.
Can you reiterate what you said about the $7 million and what that was limited to?
Yeah, can you go back to the?
Sure.
Yeah, just go
I think I
previous slide, Ed,
glossed over
please.
that.
So the 7 million is for, we assumed it's for the whole system, but without knowing that 45% that's not been televised, you're kind of just getting like a placeholder dollar value, so that it likely may go up as we find more issues.
And this is based on 2018 when they did the
Based on 2018, yes.
grant, right?
Yep.
Was part of the reason some of the system never got televised, because I know this is all prompted kind of by the issue we're having on Elodie, Cyril, and forget the other street, Schoolcraft. And because we couldn't see what was in that, but then we started doing Kingston. I think it was Kingston. No, it's not Kingston. A different street over. And you guys came back and you told us it was gonna be a lot more money because you couldn't even get into the line to televise it.
Yeah, so there were a couple things in 2018 as to why you didn't do the full system. There was an age requirement, so you had to, the structures or sewers had to be old enough to be qualified to be included. So a lot of, I think, like the French Creek neighborhood was too new at the time. So I think, I can't remember what the age cutoff was, but you had a large portion of the system that was never televised because of that. Some of it was you didn't know there was this corrugated metal piping. So as we're finding on the streets you just mentioned, they have a lot of it. So a lot of that was found as part of this.
Televisation.
Well, not even just televising. A lot of it wasn't televised. Some of it was. They picked streets to try to create a comprehensive look that they could apply to everything else. So they did televise a couple streets that had corrugated metal pipe. They did not televise all of it because they didn't have the available money.
Gotcha. Well, French Creek's a pretty big neighborhood. So if it's just French Creek, we know French Creek wasn't televised. Let's say, let's assume that's one of the better conditions of the system because it's newer relatively.
It could be,
Could be,
but
hopefully.
it's not televised, so I can't tell you yes or no.
Acronyms. What is FCIPP versus SCIPP?
Sure. Full length and sectional length. So full length would be manhole to manhole.
Okay.
Sectional would be, say, just a small portion of that sewer line. So they would go in, line something maybe 20 feet in for 10 feet, and then be done.
Okay. So it's a partial
Yep.
section. Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Odell.
You mentioned that some of it could possibly be fixed with a lining inside to go around the deteriorated portion. Can that be done with a corrugated piping, or is it only concrete, like kind of what was done on 15 Mile?
Sure. The technology is available. I can't speak to the pricing of it. It's not locally been done very much, but the technology is out there. But you do have to have a structurally sound pipe. So if you have a hole where something has rusted out, they won't be able to line that. So you would have to do a spot repair to fix that section, and then you could line the rest. So it does still boil down to you need to televise all of that corrugated metal pipe. Most of it is full of sediment because it has never been cleaned, and it was buried likely by residents years ago. So we would need to clean it first, and that does pose some challenges too, because if you have a high-powered water jet going through there, you do run a risk of blowing that out if it is rusted.
So unless it's televised, you don't know whether it's a candidate for that type of repair
Correct.
anyways, right?
Correct.
And you said 55% of the city's been televised, or the systems have been televised.
Correct.
Do you have, maybe I missed it, do you have a map showing which ones have been and which ones have not, or is that?
I don't have one readily available, but I can provide that.
Okay. Just curious to see where it's been mapped out as of so far, so. Because that seems to be, it would be, if probable, a cheaper cost than digging up the whole storm sewer and just relining it if we can, but out of my expertise, but I'm just curious, so, thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
You can go on. Next slide, Ed.
I think we had wrapped up the structures, so we'll move on to revenue structure. So one of the overall recommendations of the plan is to look for a dedicated stormwater funding source. So this could be a couple different things, but we would recommend setting one up, and this could allow for long-term maintenance rather than reactive. You would have a plan, you'd be able to hit whatever issues you have now rather than waiting for issues like 15 Mile with the sinkhole. So we are asking the city to consider establishing a dedicated stormwater fund or utility fund for the storm sewer. This could just be transfers from the general fund. It could just be a commitment from the city that you're going to budget $500,000 a year for storm sewer work. There's a lot of different avenues on what that could look like, but that moving forward would be one of the biggest items to make sure your system is functioning at the level of service that you would like. So we'll move on to the draft 5-year CIP. So we didn't go through and pick the worst of the worst, because as you could see, there wasn't a high percentage of critical assets. So we kept it a little bit more generalized on what we are proposing for that capital improvement plan. So we want to focus on the critical assets that are higher than 16, and then move into, with the remaining 5 years, the assets that are on the high end. So those would be the scores that were 9 to 16. We would focus on performing all those repairs as long as any maintenance that's required on the system. One of the other large recommendations is to implement an ongoing CCTV inspection program, and that could be broken up into districts and do a phase program similar to what was previously done with the sanitary system. One project I wanted to touch on that is in the current CIP is the Linden pump station that was mentioned as one of the assets that is currently under design to be abandoned. And then also some minor storm sewer work throughout the system that's connected to it is also going to occur. So some sewers will be abandoned, some sewers will be rerouted, and some new storm sewer will be built. So that is actively under design and will be constructed probably in the fall and winter of this year and next year. So we'll jump to corrugated metal pipe because this is one of the biggest issues I think the city currently has is what's kind of along the ditch lines of a lot of residential neighborhoods. So there's some photos of what it looks like. The ones on the right are a little bit larger. The city generally has small diameter corrugated metal piping in the ditch lines. There used to be ditches. Residents or whomever enclosed it, put this piping in and kind of left it to be. So there is not really a conformity to where it's at, how deep it is. Catch basins that were installed to help facilitate some of that drainage are extremely shallow. They don't have bottoms. They've never been, a lot of them haven't been inspected as well because we're just finding some of them. A lot of them are overgrown. There's a lot of issues with these ditches that were enclosed. So if you go down residential streets and you see a lot of surface flooding, it's likely that there is some of this corrugated metal pipe in the area that's full of sediment because it's never been cleaned.
What's the size of that generally?
4 to 6 inches usually.
4 to 6?
Yeah, I think there's probably some sections where you're getting into 8-inch, but it's usually smaller.
That's in the ditch?
Yes.
That's not
Yeah.
a lot of capacity.
Yeah, so typically we would probably put in something more like 10-inch to 12.
Of some type of material?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, we wouldn't put galvanized back?
No, we'd probably propose like a plastic or concrete.
Okay.
So the next slide, you can see this is from the previous AMP because there hasn't been too much inspection since then of the storm system. But these are all the streets that are suspected to have corrugated metal piping. And it's not necessarily the full street, but it's usually a large portion of the street is expected to have that present. So as you can see, it is some of the older neighborhoods, but it is all across the city.
Do we have any idea how old a lot of that is? Is it 40, 50 years, or is it? You were selling corrugated metal pipe
Yes.
20 years ago.
Yes, it could be new. Someone could have done it recently and not, pulled a permit, done it on their own. I would say a lot of it was probably maybe 60s, 70s, 80s, probably in that range would be my guess.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll move on to, not to be all doom and gloom, but to move on to a successful CIP project that the city completed.
Yeah, so looking at the Masonic pump station here, that was a previously identified critical asset in the CIP. The previous condition had limited capacity, aging infrastructure, and as Ashley mentioned, a good example of how asset management works. As you can see in the picture on the right, there's actually a pond behind all those trees and debris there. And you'll see in the next slide how that was cleared up. This did reduce some flooding in the surrounding neighborhoods just due to the pond that I mentioned couldn't take the flow. And then moving on to this next slide here, this is some pictures of the, go back one slide, please. Yep, thank you. This is just an example of the fully rehabilitated project. The project included upgraded capacity, new pumps, controls, generators, and SCADA integration. This ultimately improved reliability and system performance with this pump station with an approximate construction cost of just over $1.8 million. And as I mentioned, you can see in the bottom left picture, you can now see the pond. A lot of those trees and overgrown bushes were cleared up and did improve the capacity of the pond. Move on to the next slide, summary and recommendations.
So the city's storm system is functional. It is aging. A lot of it does remain unknown on the actual condition. We would recommend the city move to a proactive approach with their funding considerations and also CIP planning. We would ask that city implement an ongoing inspection program of that storm sewer because the last videos were in 2018, so they already are getting quite old. Continue all maintenance and rehab efforts that are going on, and then also move forward prioritizing the repair of those critical assets. All right, well, thank you guys. Are there any questions or any more questions?
Not that I have a checkbook that large, but if we wrote a check to do it all, would that be, you said with rehabilitation would be $7,018,000. That's an educated guess, correct?
Yes.
How much to camera the rest of the system and an update and re-camera critical things we saw were going to
Sure.
be a problem?
I don't have a price for that, but I can provide an estimate.
I think that would be important to understand so that we can identify those areas that we need to take a better look at. But so the 7 million right now is just a placeholder, educated guess.
Yes. And that
And
does not include whatever the televising cost would be.
Exactly. So the investigation engineering would be more. That was just the construction part of it.
Yes.
Have we done any more work on Schoolcraft, LED, Cyril, and Vernetta, and what?
I believe, I don't want to speak for DPW, but I believe they did start televising that storm sewer to determine condition.
Okay. So we're not ready there to decide what we're going to do with that?
No, we are not.
Okay. Interesting. Any questions?
Any other communities have, besides general fund money, found creative ways to pay? In your experience with other cities you've dealt with?
Most other cities just pay out of their general fund in the area. There is, in the city of Detroit, and I want to say Madison Heights have set up a fee that they charge everyone in the city, every property owner, based off of the imperviousness of your site. And that has a lot of
Sort of like
Oops.
water bill, certain percentage goes towards upkeeping the system, same thing.
correct, but it's based off of how much hardscape you have on your property. So you'd evaluate every property and then charge them a fee, and then it is a large effort to go that route. And there has been legal hurdles as well going that route.
State's working on legislation to create a model stormwater utility, but they're not there yet
Correct.
because there's a lot of debate.
Yes.
So you mentioned $500,000. Just a number.
Yes.
Is that a starting point? Is that, if we were to do that at some point and just dedicate $500,000 a year and say, this is what we're putting towards this, does it move the needle, or does it just keep us?
For the next 5 years, I think it would move the needle on determining what you actually have. Without running the numbers or having the numbers, it would help you refine that number.
Okay.
But I don't know if that would actually move the needle on
But it doesn't necessarily fix everything.
No.
How many feet of corrugated metal pipe do we have?
Oh, goodness.
Do we estimate? I think it was
I do not know off the top of my head, but I can provide that.
I think Rob has a number somewhere, but it was a lot.
I would imagine it is.
Okay. Councilmember Fletcher.
Just as a personal experience thing, I do live on Schoolcraft, and I have a literal lake in front of my house when it rains hard, and I mean, hey, I'm a resident too, but if I can only imagine if mine is like that other people's have to be getting there, if not already there, so I can imagine if we're waiting longer, not to say that, I don't know the solution, just putting this out there that, the longer we wait, the more issues we're gonna have too. So, we really should try to come to some sort of something. I know we were talking about spending some extra money once we do get the numbers and everything, but I think the more we can invest up front, I think the better for us, within reason, obviously.
It does not get cheaper.
It doesn't.
No. Councilmember Higgins.
So I think when we were talking about Schoolcraft, Elodian cereal, an option that came up was, what about just going back to ditches on those streets? Can you talk about the pros and cons of that? Obviously, I think for the residents on those streets, they probably prefer it to be an enclosed system. But an enclosed system that is clogged and at capacity and, gives you a lake in your front yard when it rains, compared to ditches that function and are, a lot cheaper than going to a complete new storm sewer in those streets, could save us a lot of money, and it could actually work better. What is your take on that?
It's a possibility. You still have to dig out the pipe that's there, regardless if you wanted to put a ditch back in or a new storm sewer. You obviously wouldn't be paying for that new pipe that goes back in. But somebody enclosed it for a reason back then, and they probably didn't like the ditch because they either experienced surface flooding, from an environmental standpoint with standing water, if it's not being maintained and draining. Usually mosquitoes are harbored in there. So they both have pros and cons. Given that it's more of a pretty built-up city, I would recommend probably going towards an enclosed system versus ditches. But you still have ditches, open ditches that are somewhat functioning as a ditch should throughout the city, and I don't think there's any reason for those to be enclosed unless you had issues at those areas. So you do have a mixed system currently. I think you'd probably have a lot of public concern if you did go put those ditches back in those areas. They're pretty long stretches, especially on those streets where all that corrugated metal pipe is.
All right, I have one more question. You mentioned you had different owners of different parts of our storm system.
Yes.
So we have MDOT, Macomb County, the City of Fraser, and then we have private. Can you explain what private structures are?
Sure. So private would be if you had like a condo association that they didn't dedicate the storm system to the city, that would be considered private. If it's like a fast food parking lot, their catch basin's private, and the lead going to whomever they're connecting to would be their responsibility. So that's pretty prevalent throughout the city.
Okay, so it's on their property, and it's their responsibility to maintain.
Correct.
So like at Stevens and Hayes in East Point, there's a 7-Eleven that has a completely clogged structure, and it's always full. That would be their responsibility, not the city of East Point.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just think it's important because people understand if there's something in their backyard that's taking water away, that's the responsibility of the homeowner generally, rather than the city of Fraser. Unless it's on our map and we put it in there for a reason and we manage it.
For like a catch basin, you're saying?
Yeah, if there's yes.
Yep.
If it's in their backyard, it's generally theirs. But they should always check with the city.
They should check with the city.
They
'cause
should
there are
always check with
some-
the city, but that, in most cases, that's the situation.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Well, I drive by it every time, even in a drought, it's full. I don't get it. So,
Lawyer ears went, wait.
it's just annoying, but, so I think we're good. Anything else you wanted to add, city manager? Okay. So what's our to-do list? Those 4 things, which are everything, but what would you start with if you had a magic wand to say, this is what the city should do?
I would start with setting up the televising program for the storm sewer.
Okay,
I would start there.
all right, thank you. I think we're good. Can we have a little public comment? Yes, go ahead here, Mr. Haggerty. Yes.
Doug Haggerty, 31048 Rickert. I'm here also representing I'm a board member for the Sunny Grove Condominium Association, which is right over on Rickert area, just past Hanover Grove towards Hayes. To give you an idea of how important this is to some of us out there, our condo association has the storm drains running right through the middle of the parking lot, heading north from 13 Mile. Makes a left at about a 45-degree angle, runs out to Rickert, and there's where the corrugated section that was put in I don't know who put it in. Our development was built in 1976, so we were 50 years old. There was all kinds of homes in there originally, even before that happened. We've spent thousands of dollars having to jet out our parking lot because what happened is the water would run out to Rickert, to the city's responsibility, and the tree roots and things of that nature would block it up, and all the silt and everything would back up. And I'm telling you, what happens on our 20 units, there's 6 buildings, 20 people live in those units, there's a sump pump per building, so we got 6 sump pumps. It sits about a good 10 feet below the parking lot level. The parking lot would turn into a lake. If one of the stop valves or catch valves on the sump pump failed, you would flood out that building all the way to almost the height of the basement windows because of the water. What saved us was our DPW, because the DPW, after me bugging them again and again and saying, we got to do something because of water. I mean, basically it was a swimming pool in there, and it wasn't because of us. They came out and they found that corrugated section, about half of it was, we had poplar trees that had got in and just clogged it all up, and there was all kinds of stuff that gunked it up, if you will. And I contacted B.J. Van Fletteren, who used to be the DPW manager and was around. He goes, yeah, there's no pitch on a lot of those out there. So that silt will build up, and over time it really becomes a problem. And I kid you not, we probably had to have a emergency jetter out at least a dozen times because we were so over a number of year period up till about 3 or 4 years ago when our DPW came in like the White Knights and and found out what the problem was. Now it's still flowing, but it's not enough of a gravity drop, not enough of a drop out to the catch basin on Callahan. And you've got Rickert, you have Callahan, you have Leota and McNamee, which is all older parts of the city, and you have some other developments there that I don't know if they dump right into those or if they dump to 13 Mile as far as apartments and things of that nature on it. But it was a real problem, and still it is a real problem for many of the folks. And absolutely, we have lakes out in front of all the homes that are out there. And the homes, the corrugated piece runs on the east side. The homes on the west side have experienced water because in their basements because it would kick it under the street, and that corrugated section was so plugged that their basements, their sump pumps couldn't handle it unless they had a submersible and thrown it out, a hose out the window or something like that. So it really is a problem with a mature city like ours to be able to handle that. So I just want to give you a little snippet because we had a section in our budget. Our budget as a little condo association is $100,000 a year, but we're spending 10% of that budget just to keep our basements from flooding.
Yes. Thank you for the real-life example.
Thank you.
Ms. Pollard, perfect time.
Yes.
Yes, please come on up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Miss Pollard. I live at 158 E, 14 Mile, down the street from you guys. I'm new over here. I'm learning a lot about this house. Crystal, I'm so glad you brought up that. I'm getting flooded every time it's just barely rain or rain heavy. From the 2 lanes in the street, the water is coming all the way up to my house for the last 3 years. I've been coming here to Fraser to ask questions. They gave me a number to Mr. Rob. He talked highly about him, but I'm not. He haven't returned a phone call or nothing. I went to the office over there off of 13 and Grossbeck on Kendall. They got another note where I guess their secretary's out or something or whatever emergency they got. I left voice messages this year too. And I'm getting flooded in my backyard. I'm 4'9". The water came up to here right here.
What's your address again?
Huh?
What's your address again?
15818 capital E, 14 Mile Road, Fraser, Michigan, 48026. And I found out my neighbor left of me. He told some lies on me, but that's another on the end. The first house next to me by the black and gray building, he got 3 of those big private sewer things that y'all talked about, what the young lady was talking about, and Crystal was mentioning. The other one on the left of me, he got 3 of them, and then the other ones in back of me, the 4 houses, they all got a bunch of them. I'm the only one don't. So you can see the water come from underneath the fence, all coming in my yard. It's nothing coming in theirs. So I got flooded all this year, last year before that. I've been trying to get help. Rob, the city told me, call Rob. Okay, I called Rob, and I left voice messages back to back. And I'm gonna tell you who involved right now. I had to go to the county on Groesbeck and Miss Candace Miller's place because I wasn't getting no help here from Fraser. So right now my whole house is under investigation. So my decision to either stay in this house or keep fighting is gonna go by with their investigation. Mr. Joe came out from DP a month ago. He was supposed to got back with me the following week. I haven't heard from him. And when you call them, and I've been going around there, call that other number, they ignoring me. And so County and Miss Candace Miller and them all emailed them, DPW, and called them, left voice message. They're not responding, and they said that's kind of weird that he's not responding. So I'm finding out some things about this home. 4 of the houses on 14 and 3 on Tusselman behind me. That the property was a building with a swimming pool on top. And then they seen some things that some stuff wasn't supposed to got passed in none of these homes. So I'm finding out everything, and I'm a single mom. I'm trying my best. I just got rid of all my stuff out the backyard because I got flooded too much. Crystal said, mine is like a river in the backyard and in the front yard where the water, when it come all the way up to my house, is starting to sink my yard down. I paid $350 worth of dirt, had it covered where there was no line showing. Now the line is up so high on my house now, but on the end, it's still where it's supposed to be at. But so they see the dip that's going on, and I don't know what else to do. I'm lost. And I had to go to them on the day when they had the news people. They all seen me, from the sheriff department guy, all of them. They were like, baby doll, why are you here? Because they call me baby doll. I said, I need your help. I said, because this city right here, when you talk to them, the inspector guy and them and the lady sitting at that, they want to laugh in my face. And I said, what is funny? I've been coming here for the last 3 years trying to get help.
Okay.
DP, Rob, I don't know what happened to him.
So you live on 14 Mile, correct?
Yes, sir, right down the street from you. And
Whereabouts?
as soon as you cross the light on Utica and 14, where the gray and black building at, the first house, I'm the second house. It was only 4 houses built on 14 by the park, and 3 in the back of me. And the police officer see me. I be taking my stick to go in that drain on the street, trying to help myself. I lost stuff, and I got to get rid of some more stuff out of my basement.
All right. So, well, I don't have any answers for you tonight.
I understand that. I'm patient. I'm patient.
Well, you're here, and thank you for waiting. So I think what we need to do is figure out, because you live on a county road, and it's always, you don't know who to call. So we're going to need to do
everybody.
it. I have your number. We talked about it before the meeting started. And
but I don't understand why Rob is not having Joe get back with me, because it's been a month now.
we're going to find out what's going on.
And they the one got all them big private, big drain things in the back that's supposed to collect the water. But I'm getting all 4. Joe said I'm getting all 4 of the people houses in the back water because it's coming out on the fence. And then the left of me and the right of me, they're not having nothing in their yard. And then Miss Deborah, she said you guys, the city know about this because it happened before I bought this home 3 years ago, before I bought it. And then the 3 years since I've been in it.
Yeah. And I don't know this.
Her name is Deborah Owens.
Okay.
She got videos.
This is new to me, and
Wow.
we're going to well, no, I don't know everything.
I left you a voice message. Did you get my number?
No.
I left you. Well, that's the number they gave me, and you, Michael. And Miss Elaine, I also left you some, too, the number they gave me. You didn't get my voice message either? 2 weeks in a row?
So I have your number,
Okay.
and what I'm going to do is I'll talk to Elaine, and I'm going to talk to Rob.
Ain't you the manager of Fraser?
And hold on. And I'm I'm trying to figure out a path forward so we get you information and get you clear information, because I want to get the county, I want to talk to, I know Mr. Brown up there, who's the deputy.
Yeah, they are investigating my house right now. That's why y'all seen the big white trucks on 14,
Okay.
because they was cleaning out those things.
Well, that may be action. And so what I can do is, and I know Mr. Brown, and I can give him a call and say, hey, what's going on over there? I can talk to our folks, because they're the ones that do the actual work. But I have your number, and you will hear from me.
Okay,
And I will call you tomorrow, and you'll have my number,
okay.
my direct number.
Only thing, can I let both of you guys know? My phone don't accept private calls, unavailable or unknown. Call me straight through, it goes straight to the voice thing, and then I can call you like that. But I just want to know, can you get that answer why Joe didn't come back and why Mr. Rob haven't answered me?
What we're going to try to do is fix things,
Okay,
and that may be part of it. So
because
we'll
right
make
now,
sure.
I'm confused, and I'm packing up a little bit. Just in
I've
case
learned
I
a
get
lot.
the bad
You
news.
saw how many different organizations, the state, the county, the city, and private owners
Yeah.
own pieces of this system. We need to make sure that,
They keeping up the maintenance of it.
well, and that it's our system, or it's the county system, or whatever. So
Well, Miss-
we will look into it, and
Yeah.
you will hear from me
Miss
tomorrow.
Deborah Owens, you guys gave her permission to get a builder experts, and they removed her piping away from the big drain system in her backyard. And her address is 15823 TOU Fraser, Michigan 48026. And she said you guys know all about her. But when I came, they said none of this never happened before. She got videos.
I believe you. But I would say that in the past, we didn't keep really good records. And we've done a much, this is we now have
I
much
see.
better records than we used to. And that helps us.
Okay.
But I need to do some homework.
Okay,
And I
I'm
will give you a
patient with
call
you
tomorrow.
guys. I'm patient because I'm waiting for them to get done with the complete investigation when I need to go forward. Either I have to sell the home.
We don't want you. No, we'd like to see, like to give you your options and see who's responsible.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, anything else here? All right, we will now move on to, we're skipping,
We actually need a motion to receive and file the report.
oh, okay.
Second.
We have a motion to receive and file the Stormwater Asset Management Plan by Councilmember Higgins, seconded by Councilmember Bransky. Anyone in the audience like to speak on the receive and file motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Received and filed. Okay, item number E, this is a replacement agenda item. This is a purchase of Polaris Ranger Crew XP by the Public Safety Department using gambling forfeiture funds. Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I appreciate you allowing me to squeeze this in on the agenda at the last minute. During the budgetary process over the last couple of months, one of the vehicles that I presented to the council that I was going to ask to purchase is a Polaris Ranger. And I provided quite a bit of detail, I think, at that time about the reasoning for why I think the DPS and the community could benefit from such a machine or a vehicle is its off-road capability, its maneuverability, the fact that we could get off the beaten path around the railroad tracks, use it for community events, the parade, the carnival, and things of that nature. And one of the biggest attractions that I wanted this vehicle to have is the fact that it would be able to be compliant with medical capability, have either stretcher or backboard, medical bags, so that we would be able to quickly render aid to someone who either was incapacitated due to heat or falls at the carnival or something at a football field that somebody may have some sort of medical emergency, and its maneuverability. And so with that, I requested that my team look into some possibilities for what I thought would work for us best. And that's where we came up with the Polaris Ranger XP Crew 1000. There are other vehicles that were a little lesser than the 1,000, and but those vehicles were only rated for 500 pounds or so. So we were having to go up a notch in the vehicle that we were to purchase, because 500 pounds is certainly not enough to put a couple of grown men and then potentially an injured person. So with that, some of the recommendations or some of the requests that we had when we were pricing this out was that we wanted it to be a 4-door vehicle for obvious reasons. And this Polaris Ranger XP Crew 1000 has 4 doors and windows, including a windshield. Some of these vehicles don't have doors at all. They don't have a windshield. They don't have windshield wipers or mirrors. So we wanted to make sure that it was a complete vehicle for our purposes, so that we would be able to use it in the winter, probably less likely. But it does have heat and air capability as well. And the ones that we were looking for, we wanted to come already equipped with overhead lights, side view mirrors, and an LED light in the bed of the vehicle to illuminate it in case it's dark when we're using it, in order to more easily access the patient. And with that, it had to be capable to accept a Chemtech MTS EMS bed insert. Now, those do not come standard with most of the Polaris vehicles that we looked at. There is one that comes right from the factory from Polaris Government Sales. That vehicle was very expensive, and so we decided it was best to stay within our budget, and we could buy the vehicle and then have the EMS bed insert added later. So with that, we actually received 5 quotes. I just added 4 on here because one wasn't worthy of putting on the list. But so we got quotes from Ball Equipment, Polaris Government Sales, J&L Motorsports, and Greeny's Outdoor Power and Sport. And so in the packet, I did break down what the vehicle costs were and then what some of those came with. So it was hard to get exactly the same, this one has lights, this one doesn't. But for the most part, I think we were able to compare apples to apples here. And the vehicle that we decided would best suit our needs runs about $27,000. Now, I know that when we went through the budgetary process, I originally had asked for 25. Mr. Odell asked if 30 would be enough. I thought that it would, and it is for the vehicle. But the EMS bed insert is roughly $4,000, just shy of that. So with all of these features, including the EMS bed insert, it came up to just over $31,000. And that was without graphics, but it is with lights and all the other things that we requested. So in the packet, I'm requesting not to exceed $32,000, which is a little over what the council had suggested when we went through the budgetary process. So that would require a budget amendment. I do think because it's got an EMS component that it's possible we could use EMS funds, but I know we discussed using gambling funds. So whichever, the council prefers is fine, because either way that would work. But I am certain that we would be able to take possession of this vehicle before our carnival in July, which is why I asked if we could squeeze this in on this agenda. If the council is agreeable to allowing us to buy it, then we would be able to have it for that 4-day event. And we should be able to get it graphicked as well, since it comes fully equipped, except for the Chemtech. Now, it's possible, there's a 4 to 6 week lead on that. It's possible that would even be in there, but we would still be able to at least throw a medical bag in there and use it for that event. So with that, I am requesting a motion to allow the DPS to purchase a Polaris Ranger XP Crew 1000 plus the Chemtech EMS Rescue Skid for a cost not to exceed $32,000, including graphics, from Gambling Forfeiture Fund. And this requires a budget amendment. I thought we had budgeted for it, but I believe it requires a budget amendment of $32,000.
All right, we've got a couple lights here. Councilmember Baranski.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of making the motion. I have 2 questions. You had said for the fiscal year 26-27, is it because we won't end up paying for it until, okay, totally fine.
Yes, right, but then there's a budget amendment, so I'm not sure where the disconnect came from, but we would be able to order it now, and by the time we take delivery, we're in the next fiscal
Perfect.
year. So
Okay.
that's,
And then I think that it is a good idea to take it out of the ambulance fund because that allows additional monies for something else out of that much more well, they're both equally restrictive.
Sure.
But it's rare that we get to use that. So I'm going to make a motion to allow the DPS to purchase a Polaris Ranger XP Crew 1000 plus the Kimtech EMS Rescue Skid for a cost not to exceed $32,000, including graphics, from the ambulance fund. I don't have the account number. But you don't need it, right? Okay, that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have, or Mayor Pro Tem, you had a light on? All right.
Mine's-
Okay. I like the idea of using the ambulance fund for at least some of this. Mr. Denault, this is not an ambulance, but there are ambulance components. Are we okay using ambulance funds for this, or should we use the gambling forfeiture for the vehicle and 4,000 or so for the, I'm just trying to make sure we get this right.
It's a great question. It crossed my mind as well that you might want to have a backup plan if I find after we leave here tonight that you can't use the ambulance fund and default back to forfeiture funds. It feels to me, without looking at the specific verbiage, that if this has a emergency slash medical component to it, that it probably qualifies, but without having that in front of me tonight, I can't give you that opinion.
So we're safe going forward with this motion, and then if you have something else, we can come back and do a budget adjustment and move the money in.
I'll just amend my motion to give as a secondary payment source the gambling and forfeiture fund.
Second.
Very good. Anything else you wanted to add? And not add on to the vehicle. It's a nice vehicle.
No, you're done.
It's a nice vehicle, too. And by the way, Greenia is not related to our former city clerk, so.
I don't know.
No, she's not. It's not. So it's a family member, but not them. All right, any other comments on council? Any comments from the audience regarding this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
So much.
And I also need a motion for the budget amendment. So just to further explain the budget amendment, I know we had a lot of discussions about this when we were working on the fiscal year 26-27 budget. It was not included, and the last version of the budget that we had was the council draft 1. That was what was approved with no changes, so that's why we just have to do this budget amendment.
So I'll make a motion to approve a budget amendment. Do we have the GL account number, or from the account, the general
one's
ledger
convenient.
ambulance account, the appropriate account,
Second.
up to $32,000. All right, we have a motion by Mayor Lessig, seconded by Councilmember Shornack for a budget amendment. Anyone in the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, we good then? Okay, item number 7F, zoning ordinance amendment. City Manager, and Ed, can you bring Lauren up on the screen, please? There she is.
All right, so we have got Lauren, our planner. We also have Dan Comer, our additional planner from McKenna here as well, to assist if we have any audio or video complications with Lauren. As you all are aware, this is a recommended plan from the Planning Commission. They did make some minor changes in regards to some of the property zonings. So with that, I will turn it over to Lauren to give a brief overview.
Good evening, Lauren.
Hi, good evening. Everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate the flexibility to be virtual tonight. I will share a brief presentation. Hopefully, no technical issues here. Can you see the presentation okay?
Yep.
Awesome, thank you. So as many of you are probably aware, we've been working on the zoning ordinance update for the past almost 2 years coming up on. And so we're excited to be at this stage of having a draft that's been vetted by staff, by the attorneys, by planning commission, the public, to present to planning commission, or sorry, I apologize, city council tonight, for potentially adoption, consideration for adoption. Real quickly, we'll just high-level overview of what a zoning ordinance is. It is local law that regulates how land can be used and how buildings can be used and where they can be, how tall they are, things like that. Zoning ordinance is also a living document, and so what we mean by that is it should be, constantly evaluated to see if it's current. It should be updated frequently. It shouldn't just, sit on the shelf unchanged for years. And so I think change can definitely be jarring, and those incremental updates and amendments to the ordinance helps these sort of changes not feel so jarring, since the previous zoning ordinance wasn't updated in a comprehensive manner since the 90s, the late 90s. So it's also the primary tool for the master plan. The master plan is a visionary document that lays out land use, but also community goals and the vision. So it's a point of clarification throughout the city. This isn't someone's master plan. It's not a development plan by development concepts or anything like that. But more guiding principles and visions of the community that is reviewed and adopted every 5 years per the Michigan Planning Act. And so we touched on these, but the reason why zoning ordinance update was undertaken is because it's been a long time coming. It's, again, 30-year-old ordinance. A lot of uses that existed 30 years ago don't exist today. A lot of new uses. So we wanted to modernize it, make it align better with current planning and zoning practices, with the current development patterns of the city, the current master plan, vision master plan, and again, just overall make it more usable for everyone, residents, businesses, developers, staff. So it's, again mentioned, it's been about 2 years. We had a steering committee made up of representatives from the Planning Commission, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and City Council. So I appreciate their time and due diligence on creating and helping to create this draft as well. In April and May, Planning Commission held a public hearing on April 1st, and then the May 6th meeting was the one where there was comments from the public hearing and subsequently recommended the draft with some changes for approval by City Council. The ordinance is just under about 200 pages, so don't want to get into the weeds unnecessarily. So it's again a high-level overview of the major changes to help with the readability and clarification. We did add a lot of graphics, a lot of tables. We also reorganized the ordinance so that the location of things that you might want to find is a little bit more intuitive. We streamlined some of the development processes and also clarified them so that it is clear that when you want to build or start a business in Fraser, what needs to be done. We also updated definitions and uses. We looked at the districts. We made some amendments to the zoning map as well. We'll show you the zoning map slides here, but also looking at those uses and districts, what should be allowed where. So there were some changes there as well. The broader theme, I think, though, is allowing more things in districts. And also increasing some of the flexibility of the ordinance to help address some of the concerns that are kind of coming up. That we noticed the planning commission recurring kind of hang-ups. So allude to the zoning map did change a little bit, and that is, the zoning map is part of the zoning ordinance, so, adopting the ordinance would adopt the map. We added the residential transition districts was from the future land use, plan, future land use map, and the master plan, and, it's intended to provide a sort of transition between, commercial and residential or residential uses. And we also removed the rec district as it was only part of the golf course, so it was only encompassing, less than one parcel. And also, generally speaking, recreation districts are something that most places sort of move away from, as they restrict the use primarily to park space, which doesn't allow for anything else. And I guess that might work if it's the only thing you ever wanted to be, but parks change with that, so that would be restricted. Additionally, again, all of the parks in the city are currently in a residential district because the residential districts allow for that. And then the OSO were removed as they had like 5 or 6 parcels each, and the office uses also can be incorporated into commercial districts. We had some name changes, although the function of the district hasn't changed from community business to central business district, as well as instead of industrial district like industrial and industrial controlled, general industrial help folks at first glance understand what those districts were. Zoning transition light, orange, around Utica Road primarily. And I just wanted to note that we did mail out letters to any property owner that was proposed for a zoning designation change. Several people calling that at the meeting. The total amount of parcels was about 500, most being that residential transition. But from an entire statewide perspective, that's about 10%. So 90% of the city is staying in the same zoning district currently is. And then finally, just a quick overview of the changes made at the planning commission level. So these were changes that they didn't recommend.
Hey, Lauren, you're breaking up a little bit.
Let me see. Oh, this better. Is this better or is it still?
That's better.
Okay. Sorry about that. So I just wanted to provide the changes that the Planning Commission made in their recommendation for council's approval. And the first one was the motel. We had it originally as the general industrial. That was because the land use map identified that as everything west of Prospect on Prospect as being general industrial. But Planning Commission recommended to change it back, which is no change to current zoning, CG. Additionally, we had some changes to future land use, where since the Sheets property is right where the CBD is, discussion around 7th Street CBD around Garfield 14 Mile instead. So those parcels are for the CBD going to commercial neighborhood. The Farisha plan, we had it going to light industrial, Planning Commission wanted industrial, or the heavier industrial, the golf course, and set to all for M, residential, and Planning Commission changed it. That would allow, I know there's some talks of development there and mixed use and things like that. It would also allow them to do anything commercial as well, if they didn't want to do the PUDs. That's also something to note. The Hayes Road residences, we had that changing in accordance with future land use maps, but the residents indicated kind of desire to stay RM and adjacent parcels all around are RM, so we kept that the same. And then also allowing single family homes in the CBD. So they, again, the intent of that district is to try to create a more downtown feel, but we understand that might be many years away, so this allows for some flexibility for planning commission to evaluate case by case how near that envisioned downtown is to allow or not allow a single family use. So that's all I have for this presentation, but I'm sure there are questions and happy to dive in more specifically if there are things that people have questions or concerns about.
I have some questions. Can you go back to that previous slide there? The one with the 1 through 6?
Unshared too soon. Apologize. Are you seeing any?
No, it says click to exit, end of slide. There it is. Let's see. Number 6, number 4, we received a letter from Veris, the potential developer of Warfield, and they were fine with the commercial general, and then we received a letter, sorry if the echo, received a letter from Ms. Bennett, Angela Bennett as well. It seemed the two were on the same page. Is that your understanding? That they are in agreement with the CG designation?
I might have been missing a page from Ms. Bennett's letter in that case. But yeah, so I'm not entirely sure about Ms. Bennett's position, but from the Veris letter, it seems like they are, yes, in support of CG.
Okay. So we don't know for sure if they are on this, because the developer may be all for it, but the owner may not be. I'm not. Pardon me? Okay, I got one more question. Is it about this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Councilmember Higgins.
So I did watch the planning commission meeting when this was discussed, and there was some spirited back and forth about the golf course. I believe that I would summarize Ms. Bennett's position as being their preference was to leave the zoning as is, which I know is the split zoning that Lauren, you had advised against. Originally, you had it zoned as residential, and the developer and Ms. Bennett both took issues with that. They didn't want to have that zoned residential. The planning commission changed it back to commercial general to eliminate the split zoning while still allowing them to move forward with their plans. It's really annoying hearing your echo. She can mute me. Yeah, I think so.
I think one item of clarification on these letters is that the letter from Angela Bennett was May 5th, and the letter that we received from the developer was June 8th. So the one from Bennett, I believe, was prior to the change, and the developer was after the change?
I think they both preferred the commercial general to the original. When she wrote her letter, she was opposing the residential zoning. And at the meeting, they both were happier with the commercial, but I think they still preferred the original split zoning with recreation and then the front being commercial, which I know in theory is a no-no, but it seemed to work for me. It gives the city more control of what goes there, right? Because theoretically, if the developer wanted to put a big box store there, we know they're not going to, because they've also written us a letter telling us what their plans are, their PUD, but they could still move forward with their plans that we kept the split zoning and we kept it recreational in the back and commercial in the front.
Like a zoning mullet.
What was that?
Like a zoning mullet?
Yeah, like a zoning mullet, exactly.
Yeah, because we don't know anything until it's approved.
Right, exactly.
There's no plan
And
in front of
I
us.
know Lauren and McKenna are the experts in this, and I concede the point that they're probably right in theory that split zoning is usually not preferable, but I think it's worked. It wouldn't cause any problems. But this is what the Planning Commission has sent us.
We did remove the rec district, again, it's not really advisable to have a whole zoning district for one parcel, part of one, and again, it is, you know, it's a restricted district, right, like, it's singular, park space, really. I definitely echo the concerns of, changing one of the largest parcels in Fraser to a blanket commercial general. So, I guess at the end of the day, it does become what direction does the city want to take in regards to that parcel? Like, what do they envision, that area being if it wasn't a golf course?
Mayor Pro Tem Odell.
A couple questions. With the golf course property, whoever eventually buys that, and it doesn't, what they want to put there doesn't fit the commercial general, because I mean, that's probably the largest piece of undeveloped land left in Fraser. It still can waiver from that designation if the planning commission and zoning commission approve it, correct? Like if a specialized, like mixed residential, mixed commercial development or something like that, can it change or?
Well, so as, at least according to, the letter provided and what Mr. Lucy was describing it, this would be created under the land unit development, so the underlying zoning districts in that regard wouldn't matter because the PUD kind of becomes its own, it's like the conditional rezoning where it's controlled by the conditional rezoning agreement, it's controlled by the PUD agreement. Again, I guess the question of the zoning is more so if that doesn't happen, what would you want it to be and what conditions consider that?
Okay. And so it's not locked in step for it has to be commercial. It could be split up down the road if need be, or I can't imagine too many general commercial would go that far back to the residential homes off of French Creek and Sugar Maple there, because it's so far away from the main street. But I don't know what they have planned or planning for there, but you're not set in stone with those plans per se, that it has to be commercial. It can come back and be changed, similar to what happened with Sheets, correct?
Yeah. So, parcels can always, property owners can always request rezoning, it goes to the planning commission and the council. I guess I would just, in regards to the specific property, I wouldn't base anything based on, the promise of the PUD.
No. And then my other question, the homes that are being rezoned as a, CBD, the single-family homes, is that going to put a, I'm just thinking, because I was in the mortgage industry for a lot of years, and if it's zoned commercial or something that really locks in people to what type of mortgages they can get if they want to refinance, anything like that, that they may not be able to refinance as a single family if it's in a CBD zone. And can you address that?
That's a new one to me. I'm not too familiar with mortgage, how they provide mortgages. So in terms of, I guess, what's existing there, that is allowed to continue. It's allowed to continue from owner to owner as what it is currently. I guess I'm not sure if probably putting Don on the spot. I don't know if Don knows about the mortgages either, but I wasn't aware that mortgages were contingent on zoning.
Sometimes it is, but they, like I said, if it's a single-family home, even though it's rezoned as a CBD, they could sell it to somebody else as a single-family home, correct? Without having to go through, okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Baranski.
So I think if I understand this correctly, the golf course property, if it's zoned commercial and the plan fits within the requirements of commercial property, the city has no say in what goes there. And that's, I think, what Lauren's saying is, what do we envision, right? So the current plan isn't necessarily a guarantee because life happens. Sure. And so we may all love that, right? But that would require a change from this. Admittedly, in my head, I thought houses in the back and commercial in the front, kind of how it is. That makes sense. That isn't guaranteed. And so I'm just curious, Lauren, why is it commercial instead of residential with, like, because that gives more control?
There seem to be some strong opposition against the residential at the planning commission level from some residents, and planning commission also seemed to have some concerns. I think the concerns were with uses allowed in residential as well, such as churches, schools, things like that. But I guess that was at least my understanding of the concerns raised with the residential, and I think concerns about additional residential on Utica and increasing traffic.
Councilmember Higgins.
I think you're right. Councilmember Baranski, you'd said that if we went with commercial, we have no control over what goes there. And similarly, the residents that Lauren referenced were concerned that if you went residential, you could have something that was non-taxable come along, right? Because those, nonprofits are allowed in residential areas, right?
So they could buy the property and build a mosque.
Or they could build a church, whichever.
Sure, yeah, that's
right?
what I meant. A religious
institution.
A religious institution.
So
I was just being
I know.
on purpose. I watched the meetings too.
Yeah. So my preference with this, I think all of this, most of it, with the changes they made, looks okay to me. But with the golf course, my preference is to leave it as is and to amend this so we are just leaving it as split zoning, which I know they don't like, which I know our planners don't like, but leave it as commercial in the front, recreational in the back. Yes, it's kind of silly because we're not using it as a recreational district, but it gives us more control over what goes there. We have more ability to say no. And the developer was still happy to work with it as is. Originally, that's what he wanted for.
Because he has to get the PUD anyway for what he wants.
Right. He jumped at
regardless of what's zoned. Got it. I support that.
If I may, though,
I don't.
If the PUD doesn't happen, if the PUD doesn't happen, and the golf course, because, the golf course would cease to exist if the PUD happened, then there would be nothing that it can be except for a park, which is, again, not generating tax revenue in a recreation district.
Well, the buyer would have to come with a plan and a request to modify the zoning, either up to commercial or a PUD of their own or something else. Or residential to build whatever, houses, churches, nonprofits. They'd have to come with a plan and get a waiver of the existing ordinance, right?
Do anything besides a park, it would probably have to be PUD or rezoned or conditionally rezoned.
And it's going to be a PUD anyway, so why not just have them come and get the PUD versus giving up control?
What does everyone else think?
Yes.
Guess let's hear from the residents.
So should we do each of these individually? if it's, like, I have a question about number 6.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
So, no, I think we need to continue the conversation about one thing and then set.
Yeah.
It seemed to
That's the
work
only
in the
thing-
planning
That's the only one I
commission.
had a big concern about.
Okay. The main thing for me is, I watched the meeting, and Ms. Bennett was quite clear. They've been in this community for decades, and now, at the time, they are looking to do something with it. We're talking about changing it, and that's disruptive. If we did nothing and kept the rec district, what happens, Lauren?
Would you like to keep it as it currently is?
Yes.
Because we did not, there's nothing in this ordinance about the rec district because we had it removed, so we put it back in, but if you want it back in as it is currently in ordinance, easy enough to do. A lot of renumbering, but easy to do and function.
Yeah, I don't want to impact their property rights and their ability to do something with this property. I don't think any of us do. So we could do that, we could just say leave it as is on this property, correct? And you would have to do some work on the ordinance, renumber it, et cetera.
Yeah, we would do, yeah, we would go back and add the rec district as we amended the map.
Okay.
We would try to find a record of where that split zone actually is located. But yeah, we would be doing final checks anyways for, grammar before it goes to Unicode.
Okay, would this delay the adoption of this ordinance update? Mr. Denault? I have no problem getting it right, but I'm just asking if it would delay it.
I think it will, yes. As it stands now, if it were approved this evening, we still have to format it and get it into ordinance form and then get it published, and then the effective date takes place 10 days later or after publication, if we've already gone 10 days. This will take us beyond that, of course, the 10 days. And certainly, with the language changes, it probably needs to come back to you to make sure it's what you wanted.
Right, that's what I'm looking, okay. Just want to know the mechanics of it. Any other comments on the golf course? What's consensus on what you want to do?
I think Councilmember Higgins and I are on the same page.
I think so.
I would say I agree with you guys, I don't want to, I actually worked at the Warfield at one point, and the Bennetts are fantastic, and they've been around for a very long time, and, I think it's kind of disrespectful on our end if they have a particular request regarding their property right before they're about to sell it, and then we're like, just kidding, that's how we're going to treat you as a long-term resident. So personally, I think leaving it as is, if that's what they'd like, would be the best option.
On this particular one,
Yes,
I'm
correct.
fine not touching it at the moment. So you would like to make a motion to do that? Okay.
The motion be to, it's not to approve. It's not to approve as amended because we haven't seen how it's going to be amended yet. So, Don,
This would be a motion on item number 4 specifically.
yeah. I'd like to make a motion on item number 4 here on this planning commission changes slide in the zoning ordinance to revert number 4 back to its original layout with the split zoning with the recreational in the back and the commercial in the front.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to retain the existing zoning, re-add rec back into the amendment, and leave the split zoning. Any other comments on council? Anyone in the audience like to speak on this?
Just for.
Just for.
Just for 4. I didn't want to touch anything else.
Yes, you can come up and speak now. We have a motion on the floor.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Joseph Paluzzi with Veris Development.
Thank you.
I've provided a letter here, has been referenced. Just to bring clarity, I think there's a consistent message here. The Bennetts have been around in excess of 65 years, and Mrs. Bennett apologizes for not being here this evening. She's not feeling well. So both Mr. and Mrs. Bennett are up in age. Unfortunately, they're both going through some health issues right now. But it was very important to them, obviously, to retain the current condition from a zoning perspective. So your motion, I think, is great. The only thing that I'm concerned about, because time is a sensitive issue with the Bennetts right now, as far as our obligation or our understanding to purchase the property. So I look to you, Mr. Denault. What is the time that will be involved here to actually get this motion or I should say, how long is it going to take to say, yes, it's staying the way it is, so that we can proceed to provide the PUD that we're suggesting that we want to do? Because time is of the essence with the Bennetts. So Mrs. Bennett's message is, hey, just leave it alone. If you leave it alone, she's happy and we're happy, and we can proceed. But it sounds like now it's a little convoluted from a timing perspective, instead of just the motion saying leave it alone. I guess
Well, that's our motion, but it's
not,
just,
though, because the wreck is gone.
No,
no.
this would be to
no,
add.
that's literally our motion is to leave it as is.
Okay.
And
It will take
it's
them
just that
time to
you
update it,
adopt-
so leave it as is.
Got it. So what is
Yeah.
what is the timing to get it updated to be as is?
TBD.
Right now, right? I mean,
Well,
it hasn't
No.
changed.
I think more so that he just wants to prove that it's not going to change by the time,
I'm hearing from you, and I agree with Councilmember Fletcher. You want to make sure that we don't change it at the last second. And so I read your letter. Sorry about the echo. I read your letter, and then I read Ms. Bennett's letter that arrived after your letter to me. I read it yesterday. So are you all on the same page?
The Bennetts and Veris Development, my company, are on the same page.
Okay. But you understand that there's a developer and an owner, and
Of course.
I represent the people that own the
Sure.
property, so leaving it as is
Great.
fine with you.
Just what's the timing to leave it as is?
It is.
But it is
Technically,
as is.
right now, it is as is, so you could buy it. Your risk is if we change it. And unfortunately, the process takes time. And that's what he was explaining, that they want to do it in due course, but they have to add back in stuff, renumber stuff, and it has to be perfect.
Then
So
we can adopt it.
Sure, and I understand that, so I guess that's why I was
next
posing the
month.
question to Mr. Denault on what does he feel that timing is, because I need to report back to Mrs. Bennett so that we're all on the same page.
Don, I think we all have the same question now. How long
just
would
need a
it take
timeline.
for us
We do
to
it next
adopt
month.
it as amended following the
Approximate.
motion we just?
And Lauren, because Lauren's got to do the work.
Sorry, Lauren.
All right, let me start with, and we were having a sidebar, I'm struggling with why it matters. Because if we adopt the ordinance before you tonight as is, it'll change it to CG roughly around July 1st, depending on our publication timing and how that all goes and formatting. And if we don't, then we'll bring you back a new ordinance that has rec district back in it, so you can see what it reads like, what it allows for, what it doesn't allow for. Right now, it allows for residential uses, parks, outdoor recreational facilities. If that's what you want, then that is what you need to look at to make sure that it's worded the way you want it to read, which is what we have on the books now. Either way, whether it's CG in a month or whether it's split zoned as it currently is in a month, which it already is now, if the plan is a PUD, I'm struggling to understand why it matters. I don't see why.
Okay,
Why we made the change, I think it's because we both thought that doing it on a promise, and I take you at your word, but that nothing was in writing, they could do a big box store if they wanted to. So keeping the split zoning and reverting it back to the way it was allows the city to retain more control until they actually submit the PUD.
Okay,
So
the
it's to
cons-
make
the
us
concern-
happy, keep our control.
No, but I'm with Don. Like, I don't take anyone at their word.
Okay.
I am not a
Right.
fool. Like, and
Right, but-
you are a fool if you
You're an
take anyone at
attorney.
their
No,
word.
I'm
in this
saying
role.
we're making
Like,
the change so we don't have to take them as their word.
correct.
because
My
we-
point is,
I'm not asking for you to
no,
take.
I know
me
you're
at my
not.
word.
Of course you're not. You're a businessman. But I think your question is legitimate. Is it shouldn't impact, because whether it's commercial or same, You're coming with a PUD.
I am coming with a PUD. I have an obligation to the Bennetts to leave here tonight with a clear understanding of timing, and I don't want to misrepresent what's happening here. So yes, we're on the same page. Yes, we will bring a PUD back before all of the appropriate party bodies. And I just need to report back to her, because she's not here tonight, with a definitive understanding of what's happening and the time that it will take to happen. I can't simply leave here tonight and tell her, Mrs. Bennett, everything is staying the way it is.
The motion is for everything to stay the way it is. The administrative side is as long as the experts, lawyers, the planners.
That's the part she
And
just
here's,
wants to
and
understand.
here's.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
Right?
something could happen
You know,
tomorrow.
I think you
that-
all know Mrs. Bennett.
Yeah.
And,
I don't, but.
well,
I do. I hear you, because tonight's motion is to remove that, but then it's coming back to us, and then we are adopting it. And the risk there is between then and now, one of us that votes for it changes their one or more and we don't have a majority anymore. I don't want to leave you in that position.
that's the correct concern.
Yeah.
But that doesn't change.
I'm struggling to understand the
PUD.
risk.
There's zero risk to him.
I don't understand the risk.
The risk to what?
There's zero risk. If the plan is to move forward, and it may change, but let's presume the plan is to move forward with a PUD application, what difference does it make if it's changed to CG tonight, or if it's back to what it is today, but it's done in a month and a half? Either way, they could submit the application tomorrow, they could submit it in August, they could submit it next year. I'm really struggling with why it matters. I can't figure that out. I do understand now from Mr. Higgins why we would keep it the same zoning, because then it has to be redeveloped as recreational in the back and business in the front. But if it's sold to another golf operator, that's gonna, they're allowed to do that even if we change it to CG. So the only thing we're maintaining control over is not developing the entire site as a commercial enterprise. That's what I'm hearing.
Right.
Right? But if they don't want the entire site to be a commercial enterprise, they won't ask for that. If we don't want it to be a commercial enterprise, I guess that is a different story.
Yeah, and I don't want you to think I'm playing with words, because that's not who I am. You know that. I've got this obligation to the Bennetts, whereas they know they know what their land is currently zoned. I have to call her when I leave, and I'm going to tell her that there was a motion made, and I'm going to assume approved, to leave everything as is. But she doesn't understand the timing of that, right? Where she's saying, okay, if you're leaving it alone, leave it alone, it's fine, it's already alone, leave it alone. Because planning only made a recommendation. So you're not, I understand, and I'm comfortable with you not accepting the recommendation for it all to be commercial, because we're going to bring a PUD that you're all going to love.
We are counting on that.
All right? So that's the good news. But I have to report to the Bennetts, and I just can't simply deliver. I hope you understand what I mean.
I understand
I
your
can't
your
deliver
hurdle.
that clear message to her.
Can't.
That Mrs.
Yes.
Bennett, it's all set. You're all good. Nothing changed. Have a good night. I can't do that.
Nope.
So I'm hoping you can help me with that, and it's simply a timing question. That's all it is. I need to just tell her everything will go back to, or everything will be what it is, August 1st, or, whatever that date is.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, I think for Mr. Paluzzi's sake, it's real easy. If the motion that's currently before you passes, administration will revise the draft that's in front of you. It'll come back to you at the July meeting, and if you approve it, nothing will ever have changed at the golf course.
Great.
That make sense? Then it won't matter what the effective date is, because it will never have changed.
So I'm simply the message that I would hope, in case Mrs. Bennett calls any of you, is that the motion or the recommendation from planning was not accepted by your body, but the motion to leave everything as is, the zoning and the condition that is remains, and by the end of July, it will be, I'm going to say, certified.
The goal is for it to be certified by the end of the
Yes.
Throw goal in there.
That would,
She'll
Throw a
probably
goal,
call
because
you.
the goal is, we want to be done.
Yeah,
Like,
understood. Thank you.
yeah, that's fair.
Just wrap that up. I wish she'd come in a year ago, then we wouldn't be having this conversation.
We had no clue that
I
there was-
understand.
that this
I understand.
was going on until we reached out. and we were informed that there was this.
I think we all look forward to your plans.
It'd be great.
And we just want to make sure that everybody's interests are protected,
And there's
especially.
no
the property.
Costco coming, coming to Fraser.
And not another gas station.
No, not another gas station.
Hey, that one is packed.
It's not the
All three
point.
are packed.
Thank you.
So not
All
the
right,
point.
thank you.
It is.
Thank you very
No,
much.
it's really not.
You good?
Employment,
Okay. We have not voted on that yet.
tourism. People have come
Okay.
to smile.
No more car washes,
All right,
no more gas
we have a motion to leave that,
Auditorium's gone.
we have a motion to leave that property, that parcel as is and return the rec district to the zoning ordinance.
So it's split zoning, rec and commercial,
Yes, for the time.
as it was.
So all in favor, say aye.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. The motion you guys made is to adopt this with 4 being plucked out.
We're amending, we're taking 4 out. There's just that
what he just
action.
said. Yeah.
We're not,
Yes, we're voting just on 4. The rest of the zoning is not being touched.
We're looking
Yet.
at just that item at this
We're going to
moment.
talk about it after.
All right.
We are simply voting no on 4.
This item, this motion only addresses item number 4.
Got it.
Perfect.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yep.
All right. Roll call or regular vote?
Regular.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, item number 6, Lauren, I just wanted to ask a question about these are the homes on Garfield. In the CBD, people that have a residential home there have an opportunity to come to the planning commission and say, hey, I want to rebuild my house. We had a fire. That was an example used. This simply gives them the opportunity to come back to the planning commission and rebuild their home. Is that,
So how non-conforming uses work is if a fire department destroys or something destroys the home more than 50%, yes, that would allow for them to come before planning commission, special land use, and planning commission finds it's appropriate to rebuild the home, single-family home. So other housing types are allowed. Again, single-family isn't really consistent with more of a downtown, again, the ultimate vision. But, we were thinking, again, long-term, maybe 10 years down the future, there's other development that, like this, community that didn't foresee, and it is becoming more like a downtown, maybe that wouldn't be the intent, is to have the single family in that area, like a standalone. So that allows that kind of.
but it still gives, it gives the current homeowner another option or a possibility. Thank you. Okay. All right. I just have one more thing, and that is 15 Mile, where we went to light industrial. There was some concerns about why that is light industrial and not general industrial. In particular, I looked at one property, 15, I think it's 18250 or 18280, 15 Mile Zeidler Tool and Die. That is definitely a heavy industry. It is not in anybody's estimate. They do tool and die work. I saw a picture on their website of a 4-story press of some kind. I just want to make sure that these properties can continue to be used for those kind of things, and that in the future, if they are sold, that they can continue to do those kind of things. I don't want to impair their economic opportunities.
Right, so, when the zoning changes, anything that is existing, that's, a nonconformity, is allowed to continue. So, they can continue, they can sell it to someone who does the same thing. They could sell it and someone could do something different, but still compliant with the, industrial. Light and general industrial, a few differences. Most of the uses in the general industrial are allowed in light or either by permit or special. I know there was, discussion about how special land use does make it harder. It's another step, but they are allowed to continue. They are allowed. Another tool and die shop could come in and still be a tool and die shop.
Could somebody come in and make that into a factory doing heavy stamping?
I would have to pull up my
I mean-
notes real quick, and I can also share the screen again on that. So, manufacturing would be a high, be a special land use.
You broke up there. What?
Oh, sorry. It would like be a high-intensity manufacturing facility permit, which is permitted as a special land use in the light industrial.
So that is allowed under a special land use agreement?
Yes.
If the planning commission. What other things are not allowed in light industrial that may already exist there?
Is this by, so there are, you know, a few, maybe half or so uses that are permitted in the general industrial that are special land use in the light industrial. In terms of uses that are only in the general but not in the light, things like a junkyard, a reuse facility, a recycling facility, and smoking lounge, I believe, are smoking lounge are the four that are explicitly not permitted in any form in the light industrial, but are in general.
Okay. All right. That's all I have right now. Councilmember Fletcher, do you have a question?
You covered a lot of the stuff I was gonna ask, but I was just gonna ask whether we, did you check with any of the larger businesses? Because I know I was looking on some, chatter on Facebook, and there was a particular, community member that had stated that they weren't even talked to regarding being switched from light industrial to general, or from general industrial, I think, to light industrial. And that just seemed kind of concerning to me, because if there have been businesses that have been here for quite some time, you know, I'd like to hope that we would consult with these businesses if we're going to make major changes like that.
So we sent out letters to the property owners of all the parcels that were proposed to be changed. So we did contact people on zoning changes. We didn't contact them for name changes because the district in function is not changing, and additionally, this ordinance is more permissive of uses across the board. But I guess in short, we did reach out to all the property owners that were impacted by it as a
Okay, and one other question is just, why are we changing, just, what's the advantage of changing it from general industrial to light industrial in those particular areas?
Sure. So the intent is for lighter industrial to be sort of a buffer from that heavier industrial into residential. You know, the industrial park is surrounded by residential or Fraser school. So that's the intent and the pattern there.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Okay. Just two more quick points. The car wash and shipping container moratoriums drop off after the adoption of this ordinance, correct? Because they're incorporated in it.
That's my understanding, but it's not correct.
That's part of the motion, okay.
I believe we put it in the motion for you.
Okay.
I did have a question. With switching to, can you recap? I couldn't really hear because of the echo. The property that Mayor Lesage pointed out, that we're switching from general industrial to light industrial. You said like the only uses that would be restricted by going to light was as like a smoking lounge and a couple other things.
Landfill, recycling.
As I guess a point of clarification, some of the uses that are permitted do become special land use, which does add another level of review. Again, we feel it's appropriate as the intent for light industrial to not, you know, well, I guess the intent for all properties is not to negatively impact adjacent properties, but even more so light general industrial. But the only uses that are not allowed in some form, whether it's special land use or permitted land use in the light general that aren't like are correct, smoking lounges, recycling facilities, reuse facilities, and junkyards.
Anything else? Yes. Thank you, Lauren. Councilmember Baranski.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve as amended by the prior motion.
Well,
No? Okay.
May I stop you?
Yeah,
yes,
please.
please.
We've already got direction on the changes
Oh,
to
so
be
we have
made
to
to the
wait.
draft.
Got it.
So we have the direction we need, I think, and unless there are any other changes that are being requested for the next draft, there's nothing to approve or vote on tonight.
Even better.
Do you have the necessary, you have everything you need from this conversation?
I do from my end when I look at it. Lauren, are you good?
Even better.
The ending is near.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, public comment. Yes, Mr. Haggerty.
Can we go back to the screen that shows the proposed, what you have posted in the City Hall?
So this.
Do we have the zoning map? Lauren, can you pull that up?
Grab this, because if I grab the wireless mic, you get feedback from it with doing this. We could go back to that map. So that's a buffer. That gray area is a buffer. All of that was there before the residential properties came in. The cross plan, until last meeting at Planning Commission, was a light industrial based by what the planner had said. If any of you have been in the Cross Forcia plant, it is the most structurally steel building you've ever been in. It's got a 30,000 pound crane running down the middle, two 10,000 pound cranes running on the edge. It was built for 32 jib cranes to be able to do it. The planner was saying, this is light industrial, because it's buffering homes. In 1948, the Cross plant was being built. Those houses weren't there. The Fraser High School wasn't here. The Richards Junior High wasn't here. The high school was over on College, over by your place. Those people that came in and bought those properties came in with all of that there and built it knowing, and they bought it knowingly that that's what was going on. As a matter of fact, when I worked at Cross to pay for my college education in the mid-'70s, that probably a third of that property was filled up by people working at the facility and then within the industrial park. So somebody's going to have to tell me, why are you making this all light industrial buffering the residential properties? Who are you damaging here? You're damaging that industrial park. That industrial park makes up over 40% of our tax base. And you are taking their livelihood that they've been there and are starting to play with it. You've got a lot of personal feelings when you've been owning a facility for 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and now you're saying, I know better. Give you an example. Right behind the high school, Klein, you have light industrial, then you have light industrial backing up to light industrial. Do we need a double buffer zone to do that? You guys, take a break on this. Take a look. Down here in the bottom corner behind Cyril, Kendor and these other facilities, they're heavy industrial facilities. You guys need to go take a look and walk through these things. There's equipment bigger than all of us working in these facilities, and you're going to start to really limit where they can go. The mayor asked a great question. If I got a tool and die, and now I'm going to put a hydroforming in, everybody know what hydroforming is? Yeah. Hydroforming is we take water and push it into a mold to make parts. One of the biggest aspects that's going to happen in Macomb County is coming up with Selfridge. We're bringing in a brand new wing. You're going to have all kinds of aerospace needs, which needs cranes, heavy industrial. They don't need a light industrial. You're going to hurt those guys and their value. They're going to hurt us as a city and taxpayers. I'm really asking you to take a close look at this. I don't believe that's in the best interest of our city. And I've been around here for about 40 years doing this. And that is not a plan. That's a damage. Because we want a buffer zone, it's pretty ludicrous. Thank you.
Ken Imler, Deluxe Development.
Ken, can you put the microphone towards you? So we keep the feedback low and we can hear you. Okay. Thank you.
We started this park during Mayor Boris, Mayor Pompo, Mayor Blanky. And all these years, we've invested in this park. We've built our buildings. We know exactly what we built. We know what we own. We know what we have. We've got millions of dollars invested in that park. Now we got some outsiders coming in here to tell us what works best. You're going to put a buffer? Oh, we think we need a buffer zone. Who the hell are these people? Who the hell are these people? Come in and tell us, oh, let's put a buffer zone around here. You can't just do that. These people own the properties. I just talked to Hal DeForge, who owns Zeidler Tool, today. I didn't know he was even still alive or working. He was surprised to hear from me. He had no idea this was on the table. He had no idea. So whoever's saying they've received notice, he didn't receive notice. Nobody at Zeidler, they would have been here. He built a heavy industrial building with heavy presses and heavy cranes and heavy power, and it should stay that way. So these people here are going to come in and tell us, oh, we want a CLA buffer zone. Buffer from what? You're on 15 Mile Road. What are you buffering from? You have 15 Mile Road right there. Why do you need a buffer? I spoke with the owner of Fraser, the building, today. Somehow I found her number. It's a she, too, by the way. And I think I might have woke her up because she sounded a little sleepy. I said, do you know that Fraser's proposing to rezone your property to light? I just found out now that we voted that away, so that's good. But I said, you didn't hear anything about this? She said, I have no idea. She had no idea. I go, are you the attorney or who are you? She goes, I'm the owner. And you don't know anything about what I'm talking about. She said, absolutely not. Right here, like Doug said, this is a mixed zoning. This is the west side of Commerce. Why are we making that light industrial? These people have owned these properties for years and years. Now this lady wants to make it, or McKenna wants to, they're outsiders. They want to now make it after all the 60 years of being here. Now we want to make it light industrial. Why? Because we just feel it should be that way. Maybe they should make us plant flowers too, or plant trees, or paint our buildings pink. They don't live here. Is this going to be the first council that's going to tell us, make the changes and tell us I've never heard that term, what we're allowed to do. We know what we're allowed to do. We've been doing this for 50 years. Now we got an outside, I heard those words, what we're allowed to do. Outsiders that have never been involved and are associated with Fraser are now going to recommend to you to tell us what we're allowed to do. We know what we're allowed to do. Light is light, heavy is heavy. Starting most importantly with Hale's building, Zeidler, and Commerce, the whole west side. Behind Commerce is Klein, which is a whole row of light industrial buildings. We don't need to make that light industrial. Leave it the way it is. My proposal is to, just like what you did with Angela Bennett, completely carve industry out of the whole master plan. You got these outsiders coming in here, bringing a master plan to Fraser that nobody asked for. We didn't ask for it, you didn't ask for it. And that you're going to come and change our zonings that we grew up with? Specialty Steel is on Commerce. They do steel treating. How do they sell their building to a similar use if it got rezoned? And who is McKenna anyways? Where did they come from? They were brought in by the previous manager, their buddies. McKenna was friends with Wayne O'Neill, who really effed up this city before he left. He finally got booted, and then what did he do? He sued the city. That's who brought in McKenna. Did Fraser bring McKenna in here? I don't think so. I respect this council. I've enjoyed working with you. We got the roads done. I really appreciate all that. You've always left industry alone, and the only time you ever see me is when you mess with industry. So if you want to see me, just keep messing with industry. I'll always be here. Well, I don't understand, why are you touching the zonings of the industrial park? What's wrong with what it is? No one's complained about it. There's never been a problem. If we have a problem, we'll come to you and ask. Why is this the first council of all these councils that are going to come in here and change our zonings? And these industrial owners don't even know.
5 minutes.
Okay.
I have communication consultants behind me, Samaj. He's also on Commerce. He's trying to lease his building, and you're looking at changing the zoning. That cuts down the use of potential uses.
Okay, you're past your 5 minutes, Mr. Imler, but don't leave, because it's an important topic, and we should have had you a little bit earlier. I watched the Planning Commission meeting. You indicated that Riviera you could actually make an argument for.
That's light. It is light. Keep it light. No problem.
Okay.
That's up to residential. No
What
problem.
in the interest of time, can you point out which specifically you are concerned with?
Well, Riviera is fine. My key is here, Commerce. Leave that what it is. Leave 15 Mile what it is. Oh, by the way, right here, Max Moths. They just leased the MP Pumps building. By the way, whoever did this map was pretty slick. In the previous...
Okay, can we stay on topic? I want to, your past time, I want to give you an opportunity to point out which properties.
Okay.
So that we're clear.
Max
and then we
Moss,
got to wrap it up.
The front part of it is zoned light and the back is heavy. This new proposal, they want the parking lot to be heavy and the shop to be light, split right down the middle. Max Moss goes all the way the entire length of Remander.
Okay.
That's the mentality of these people that are making this proposal.
All right, let's
okay, Samaj,
look,
come on up here.
you got 30 seconds. We got to wrap this up, so because somebody else may want to speak, but I want to get it all out.
Okay.
So,
come on, Samaj.
yep.
Good evening. My name is Samaj Richardson. I reside at 34261 Garfield Circle, Fraser, Michigan, 48026. And I'm here representing communications consultants on 34401 Commerce, which is inside the industrial park that Ken is referencing. I represent the owner, Vincent Serio. So when he bought this property back in 2007, it used to be heavy industrial. That's the reason why we bought it, because no one wanted the building. So he purchased it, made it into a warehouse. Buildings along Commerce and Mainland, Nova Industries, they own the 4 buildings on Mainland, on the corner of Commerce and Mainland. Those were all heavy industrial buildings. They were previously heavy industrial, and they stayed heavy industrial. Now you're changing the zoning to light industrial. Why? Leave it the way it is. Just like how you just did the Bennett's on Utica, and you left theirs the way it is. Leave the commercial subdivision the way it is. We're paying you guys good money to repave the roads over there that's been badly needed for years. We appreciate you guys for putting that in motion. They're currently working over there right now. It's construction barrels everywhere and dirt, but we appreciate it because it's been needed for years. But there's no need to change the zoning in that commercial corridor. Every building over there has been purchased by local owners that are passionate about their buildings. They're passionate about providing jobs to the City of Fraser residents, and they're passionate about paying taxes to the City of Fraser. So why change anything about that commercial corridor? Leave it the same. The same how you did the Bennett's and their golf course. These business owners have spent millions of dollars to invest in the City of Fraser. The only thing that we're asking to do is the same that the previous councils and the mayors left to do, which was left it alone. These are commercial properties and heavy industrial industries that need their properties protected by the current zoning statutes. We didn't ask for this. We're asking you guys tonight, can you please do the same thing for our commercial district, the same as you did for the Bennett's? I understand the Bennett's has been in the city for 65 plus years, and we've only been in the city for 20 years, but when you have invested millions of dollars into your property, then we are here to stay. Yeah, we're looking to lease it out. We're not looking to sell it because the owner wants to move into a different, mindset. But when you limit those uses in which we can lease it out to, now you're putting a hamper on anything that we can do it with. I understand your permitted uses call for a special land use permit that we got to come in front of you guys, or the new, whatever has to come in front of you to ask. But it shouldn't be like that. Leave it the way it is. It's a heavy industrial building. When we bought the building, it had a big 10,000-pound crane going down the middle of it. And we stayed up with the land use. So don't change it to light industrial. Keep it the way it is. That's all that we're asking. And I yield my time to Mr. Ken.
Well, that's not how it works. But thank you for making. Thank you for making me a representative of the U.S. Congress, which I'm not sure is a compliment. But anyway, Ken, you're done.
One second.
No, what? No,
We want to talk about the Planning Commission. They were working on this for 2 years.
Hold on. No, Ken, you made your case and you made it well. And we had 5 minutes. You got about 10. So, and I think
But he's still got time left over.
But that was.
he can't
we can
yield
do
his
that.
time to you. We are not
do
there.
that.
You can talk.
I just wanted to make one quick point about the Planning Commission meeting. I didn't find out about any of this till April.
Okay, hold
I
on.
needed some more time. And as you can see, watch the looks on everyone's faces in the Planning Commission. There's a lot of confusion. There's not a lot of uncertainty even on the Planning Commission.
Let me make something clear. We're not going to talk about the Planning Commission, other than to say, on the steering committee, of which Councilmember Shortak and I were members of, I asked the question. I asked the question, I said, we are notifying every property owner that is potentially being rezoned. The answer is, we're not required by statute to do so. I said I didn't stutter. We are notifying these people. So we made every attempt to personally notify. I saw the Planning Commission, and there was some misinformation. It wasn't just published in the newspaper by parcel number. So we made a concerted effort. Would you, Councilmember Shornak was there.
I believe in telling everything.
I got here in this crazy business of local government by lack of notification on a property that adjoins my house. I completely understand. So we did make efforts. I don't know why the Bennett's didn't get theirs. But we had a public hearing. There was a meeting last month that went on for 2.5 hours. Tonight we're talking about it. This is a serious thing. I'm inclined to support what you're saying. All right? Where, like Interlake's bases, that's a heavy industry. They make bases for giant machines, right? And they are on Commerce, right?
They're on Malin.
Or they're on Malin, yes, right there, right at that corner. So I'm inclined to support that idea.
Thank you.
That doesn't necessarily win the day, but what does communication consultants do, by the way?
It is a communications warehousing that we specialize in, like telecommunications.
Okay, thank you. All right, yes. I think we're done with you two. Thank you. I think you both made your cases. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Come on up.
My question is very simple. I'm Pollard again. I feel like since everybody live in Fraser, Michigan, who pays summer taxes and taxes, period, I think we all should be notified what's going around in our neighborhood, period. Everybody. Everybody pay taxes here, right, for Fraser, right? Summer and winter. We all should be notified, not just these building people or these people who got these business. I understand y'all. I'm with you guys. But we all need to be notified because, see, I got a lot of stuff going on. And I've been notified. I don't know if the right number to you or you, and I'm apologize, because the number they said that I supposed to left a message with you may not be the right number, or to Mr. Mike. But me as a taxpayer, we all should know what's going on in our neighborhood, not just the people who own business. I'm a resident. I pay $7,000 worth of taxes, summer taxes, and I ain't missed none. And I'm going on 5 years paying with you guys, but I only been in the house going on 4. So I feel like I need to know what's going on in the neighborhood, because if I'm going to be left out and I'm paying taxes to you guys and I don't know what's going on in my neighborhood, then it's time for me to pack up.
We don't
Go
want
somewhere else. I'm just keeping it real.
All right.
Y'all gotta let us all know, because on my street, it's a lot of senior citizens. It ain't that many young people. We need to know what's going on, for real. And I see hardly nobody from Fraser really come to your council meeting.
Nope.
I was here last year. I see it's real small.
We've got lots of seats.
Yeah, I know, I see they empty it like I don't know where.
Invite all your friends.
And you know I go to Oakland, Genesee County, Detroit. I go to all of them. I fight for you guys in Lansing. Like the sewer bill, whenever that come up, I want to speak on that too.
All right, thank you very much. Next. Someone else? Yep. Randy Warnick. Yes. Oh, got one ahead of you.
Okay.
You're not fast enough, Randy.
No, thank you so much for time. Just my name is Joseph Jawlinski. I just on commerce, I don't want to duplicate what the two gentlemen say, so I'm exactly same position.
Okay. And what business are you?
Machining, industrial machining.
What's the name of the company?
East Center Machine.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Randy.
Randy Warnick, 34546 Garfield Road. I'm picking this time only because of what just happened with this lady. My main reason I was coming up today, and hi to council and mayor and administration. The whole process, and I brought this up as chairman of the planning commission, was notifications. And I talked to the attorney right at a meeting, and I know what the Zoning Enabling Act is. I know what it says.
Yeah.
And it says we have to publish it in a paper that's published weekly. We've always published it since I was building official and everything in the Chronicle. And nothing gets published in the Chronicle anymore, because they said that it has to be in a weekly publication, and the Chronicle's bi-weekly. So we stopped doing it. I made a big issue of it because it's not fair to the residents. We do a disservice to the residents by not notifying things like this. That's why we didn't have people at our meetings. All the people, everybody gets the Chronicle. And at least they would know, and they can't say they didn't get notified. So I was told, well, we can't do that because it costs more money. and we have to publish it in the Macomb Daily. Nobody reads the Macomb Daily, I'm sorry. Very few. Yeah, very few people will subscribe to it even. They're constantly notifying me to get their service, you know. I won't do it. The Chronicle is small. Everybody reads it, goes through it. They're not going through a bunch of pages. So it gives the information we need of what's going on. So I know the cost was an issue. And I was told, administration said, no, we're not going to do it. We can't do that. I'm sorry, we're talking about all these costs in the city and everything. It's a small cost for a thing like this. It doesn't have to be everything, but at public hearings, definitely it should be. People need to be notified in the city, we had a public hearing, so that they can all be part of it if they want to. With them not knowing this, we're doing this behind their backs. We're doing them a disservice. And it's not right.
City Manager, did we send letters to every affected parcel that was being rezoned?
Yes.
Okay. We did that. We went over and above the statute.
Exactly.
We sent letters to them.
To the ones that were there. But this is a big project. This zoning ordinance is a big project. It involved the whole city. It's not fair that we just parceled out the changes in zoning. There's a lot of stuff in this zoning ordinance that we haven't talked about at all. Things like, restrictions on personal property rights, different things. They create more things that need more permits, some of them. There's a lot of issues. All we need to do is put it in front so people have a chance and they can't come back and say, well, nobody told me about this. So what's it cost to put an ad in, I remember it used to be 200 and some bucks.
250.
Yeah, and it's still? Is that still? So for
That's how much I
$250
paid.
bucks on a public hearing, we can't put it in there? And here you're paying in the Macomb Daily for something that nobody sees. I understand the act and how it works, and you got to do it. You got to do the Macomb Daily. But I was told we're not going to put any more money out. That's it. It goes in the Macomb Daily. It needs to go in the Chronicle. I'm sorry. Somehow we got to get the funding or whatever, and maybe that's what it takes for council to approve something like that. And that's the main reason I came up today, is because it's not fair to all these people. We did this big zoning ordinance, and all I do is hear people tell me all the time, well, I didn't know that was going on. And I understand, like you said, the rezoning, those people got it, and that was right. But it's not right that we did this whole zoning. That was just a portion of this zoning ordinance. And here you're ready to approve a zoning ordinance that people still don't even know anything about. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. So, like I said, the industrial park in particular, since we're reopening this conversation a little bit, I'm inclined to leave it alone. It is not 40% of our tax base. It's probably about 25 to 30. It's a significant amount of money, and they've been here for a long time. So I'm going to try this. I'd like to make a motion to leave the industrial park zoning changes other than the general industrial, light industrial terminology. I'd like to leave all the parcels that are rezoned to light industrial as general industrial.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Fletcher.
I am happy that we're doing this. Looking over this, and thank you for coming and speaking your opinion, because, we don't know what we don't know, what I mean? And we need to hear feedback. And I will always be the person that yells on my soapbox. If you have something to say to us, please do, because we need your feedback. So, and, now we're going to make a decision based on that, and that's huge. And I agree that it's so important that we work towards ensuring that everyone stays in the know within the community. Everyone needs to know everything, and not everything, but you know what I mean. I think you're picking up what I'm putting down, if you will. So I think it would be prudent to put it back in the Fraser Chronicle as well, because we do have a large senior population that I know likely read that regularly. So if that's something we could do to increase, visibility, I don't think that'd be a bad thing at all. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Odell.
Yeah, I'm in favor of leaving it as is as well. I think it's a slippery slope to really start restricting business, especially that's been here for so many years. It's changing a huge part of the city, and I don't see it for the better, to be honest with you. I don't see how it makes commerce better and businesses more apt to come to our city and set up shop. Yeah, I'm in favor of leaving it as is in the industrial park. It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Hold on.
Thank you.
No.
I'm just gonna.
Okay, hang on. We're in the middle of conversation here. Councilmember Higgins.
Yeah, I was happy to second. I do think it's a big part of our tax base, as everyone has said. You hear Clinton Township folks talk especially their new supervisor. He complains constantly how they don't have any industrial compared to Warren or Sterling Heights. And we have a good amount of industrial relative to our small size. And we are very grateful for the amount you contribute to our tax base. I seconded the motion. I'm not going to withdraw my second, but I did think I heard from Ken that he's okay with how Riviera is in this. So I'll second, partially because I don't want to complicate it and say, change it except for Riviera, right? There's no change. It's no change. Okay. All right. That's it then.
Okay, Councilmember Baranski.
So bit by bit by bit, let's just pull it all apart and implode it, because that's what you guys are doing, literally, piece by piece by piece by piece. And I'm not opposed to it, but what was the whole point of this in the first place? We spent thousands of hours and thousands of dollars to bring in experts to tell us what we should be zoned like, knowing, not to quote you directly, because I think you used profanity, but it doesn't matter because they can come and change it. This is an effort in futility.
Okay. Councilmember Shortnack, are you done?
I'm done.
All set. Councilmember Shortnack.
I think you should leave everything alone that was originally big business, because I remember all the fights they were having about the noise over, where is it, Doug? Yes, my God. I remember sitting here through meetings, listening to everybody going on and on about the sound and everything like that, and having the little meters out there and the whole 9 yards. And that's heavy industry over there too. When we were doing this, I didn't realize, and Lauren, that's my fault, that was going to take away their ability to do what they've been doing since they built them. I just really think we should just leave that particular, we're not going to piecemeal it. I agree with Amy. Piecemealing this is just ridiculous. Just leave the industrial the way it was wherever it is in the city, because you're going to be inhibiting anybody's business if you change that up now. And I'm paying for them to come and change it. Why are we going to? They're already paying taxes. Just like, with the ambulance, we're already paying taxes. We don't want our people to, it's the same principle. I don't want to have them have to pay another fee to change what they're already doing, that they've been doing, that they've had going on. Yeah, so if we're not going to change it for all, or one, we're just not going to change it for all. And that's just my opinion, because, again, all over the city, there's different businesses going on, and you're going to impede someone's business. Not in this time, and not in this date and time. We need to leave businesses alone.
All right, you mentioned, a gentleman mentioned the roads we are investing in right now. I've watched that industrial park when I moved here in 1999. I was told this, and I think it was Mr. Haggerty over there, mentioned the industrial park. He said, you should check it out. It's a lot. There's 128 parcels in there, representing probably $130 million worth of investment. And they do provide a substantial tax base to our city. They were designed, one of the streets is named Bennett, and that's because of Mr. Bennett that currently owns the golf course. So he's been a player in this for a long time. If I owned a building and the city came to me and said, hey, we're going to do this, but except you can't do this anymore, which I'm not in favor of a junkyard or recycling center or anything over in those areas. I would hope that we have better uses for those properties, but I'm not trying to piecemeal that. This one is is, like I said, Ziegler Tool, I was looking at their website last night. It's all heavy industry. They've been doing tool and die for decades. A business in this country that's not necessarily, most of it's moved to China. So we want to keep these things. As we get this industrial park cleaned up, we got a new road coming in, it's going to be a desirable area, and I want to keep it that way. And so those are my secondary reasons for doing it. The first one is property rights, and so that's my opinion. Is there anyone anybody else on council that wants to speak on this? All right, anyone in the audience, or have we heard from everyone? Yeah, well, we heard from you. We heard from you, Mr. Henry.
We know what you want.
All right, so we have a motion to leave. All right, city attorney, yeah, we haven't heard from everyone.
Well, I just want to understand the motion because it struck me as being a bit vague, and I just know that Lauren, for purposes of her drafting and map design, is going to need specifics. So can we somehow restate it or?
Yes, yes, we had some general, what did we call it before?
General industrial.
Was that the old terminology, general industrial?
Well, the old terminology is industrial controlled, industrial restricted.
Okay, industrial controlled is heavy?
The heavier.
Okay. On, what is that street, Commerce, that changed from industrial controlled to light industrial, I would like to convert that to general industrial. Industrial controlled to general industrial.
Okay, I think what I'm asking is,
yes,
are you asking to put back what's being changed to light, or are you asking to zone certain things?
I am asking that anything that changed from industrial controlled to light industrial is instead general industrial.
And that's on the entire map or just in the upper right-hand
On
quadrant?
Commerce, Malin, and 15 Mile.
Okay. I'll defer to Lauren at this point, but I think that helped me understand it.
Except, again, what about Kendall? That's why I'm saying just leave it all alone.
Yes, we're making this too complicated.
You're making it way too complicated, piecemealing this all.
Kendall is general industrial.
Leave
there's
the
light in-
businesses as they are.
Okay.
That's where I am. I'm voting no on everything. I was that way before this. So.
Lauren, are you still there?
I would leave. Yeah, there's too many. There's.
That's what I thought. Kendall has been industrial restricted. Is that correct? I'm going to believe Mr. Haggerty. Let's just clarify that part, because I believe he's correct. That's been a conversation for decades.
So this section down here, this lower section. I don't think we should. Is industrial restricted, it's now going to go.
Which is a name change only. Correct. It's a name change only.
Yeah, because the controlled was the general, yeah.
Yes. So that zoning does not change. Only thing changes.
By definition, it's the same?
Yes.
The expert
I'm not an expert.
Does what?
falls under light industrial now. That's the question.
Okay, let's try to make this quick, so.
If you just leave it alone, right now Kendor is not a light industrial. It's a craned building with heavy stamping. That's what we went through all those years.
We're not changing that one. We're just,
Right now you have it as gray as light industrial.
It's industrial restricted right now.
Right, so if you just leave it, what?
Lauren, is the definition of light industrial and industrial
Okay.
restricted the same? So no change?
No change.
Title change only, no definitional change?
I think your existing Your motion with the streets that you carved out is already good.
My streets that I'm interested in keeping their existing designation are Commerce, Malin,
And then I think,
15 Mile. The only parcel that I have a question is Warren Pipe and Supply, which I believe was commercial before, and now it's going to light industrial, which is fine. Yes, I'm fine with that one. Yeah, I'm only interested in the industrial properties in that northwest or northeast quadrant of the city. I agree with you, yeah, that what you said was true. But when the rubber meets the road, decisions are made. Sometimes it's messy. So that's my, Don, did I give you the clarity that you required?
I'll defer to Lauren. I'm clear on the properties that are in your motion. It's the upper right-hand square where they're light gray, they'd go back to dark gray, if they were changed.
If they were changed, yes. All right. All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I'm confused on, again, we're all over the place. I'm no on any of these changes, so you put my vote? Aye.
Say that again?
He's an aye because he doesn't want the
Okay.
light gray. He wants
All right, so let's do it again. I think that was unanimous.
inadvertently agreeing.
All
was
in-
unanimous.
All right, okay.
No, I want it to be how pre this.
Yes, so that's.
Okay.
That's
That's
like,
why I said aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. All right, this is going to be item 7G, purchase a utility line locator. And can we get rid of the echo yet? Okay, good evening, Rob. Mr. Barrett, Mr. Gregory, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and City Manager. Before you is a request to purchase a new locator. In my narrative, I indicated it's over 20 years old, but we defined it, it's 2012, so the existing locator that we have is over 14 years old. It's similar to a computer with the technology rapidly advancing. And we've been having issues with our locator of not accurately detecting lines that could be within 4 feet away. So we looked into several different options and had them all brought into our Public Works yard. And our main MISTIG team and Joe and our working supervisor all evaluated these. And it's not usual, my recommendation, to go with the highest cost material, but recommending the RD 8200 with the GPS locator on there because of the ease of use with that machine or computer or locator, and the ability to detect the different type of lines and not get a misread or there's a different term for it, but it bleeds into other utilities that are out there. We definitely have a strong need to replace our locator. We have 2 major fiber optic companies coming through, with Ripple going to be the first and then Gateway. And that's going to be a major task. They're going to misdig ultimately the whole city each time one of them go through. It is our recommendation. One other piece of information is we've been in contact with Consumers Energy and misdig, and this locator with the GPS function is an ability, when you locate a water line, it'll take the GPA or GPS coordinates, import that right into our GIS map that AW has built, and we're going to have, each time we do a misdig, we're going to have another step closer to having an accurate GIS map and having a little more control of where and what our assets are within the city.
Okay.
I got off the narrative, the paragraph a little bit, but if there's any questions, it is our recommendation to purchase the RD 8200 5G 5-watt kit that's integrated with the mapping in a single operation for streamlining workflows.
Great. We have a light. Councilmember Bransky.
Motion to approve the purchase as outlined in the packet.
I would second.
Seconded.
It's both of us this
We all want a second.
There you go.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I just have one question. Does it, you mentioned this will GIS, it'll track water mains, and then it'll go right into our ArcGIS?
Correct, and that was one of the key selling points is there's like a $30 a month data plan, but coming up in October, they're going to migrate our ArcView map software with the same mechanism, so we will not need that additional data cost starting in October based on some technology upgrades they're going to come around with.
No, this is great. The more we know. And like if we had a curb stop that you found, can you mark it just a curb stop? Okay, excellent. We have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of whatever you said. Anyone in the audience like to speak on the purchase of a utility line locator? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 7H, replace the senior housing glass vestibule doors.
Okay, before you is one of the many requests we had in the budget last spring that we adopted in July to do capital improvements. Included in there was the replacement of the glass vestibule doors at the senior housing. This item was approved in the budget, and the funding is there. Request that the city council award a proposal for the replacement of senior housing glass vestibule doors. We've reviewed all the submissions, and the proposal from Anderson Overhead Door is complete. They've done previous work, and they are the low bidder. It is recommended city council approve the proposal from Anderson Overhead Door in the amount of $9,770.
Okay, Councilmember Shornack.
Motion to approve the proposal from Anderson Overhead Door to replace the exterior vestibule glass doors at the senior housing in the amount of $9,770.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the vestibule doors. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Yes.
Ray, come on up.
Stand up.
Again, thank you for approving. My name is Ray Wojciechowski. I live at Fraser Senior Housing, but thank you for approving it because yesterday I was sitting in the lobby and somebody did leave and then return, and all of a sudden the door was still open. And with all the senior citizens we have in there, we need safety.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
Very good. Without further ado, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All
Thank
right,
you.
7I, BSNA Cloud Computing Migration.
All right, this is another item that we have talked about in conjunction with the upcoming budget. You have all of the information before you regarding this BSNA cloud migration. As I've mentioned in the past, currently we use bsna.net, which is a software version, and it's housed on our servers and our computers. BSNA is moving to the cloud version like many other computing companies for their software. It's a matter of time before they won't even support the bsna.net module anymore. So this proposal gets us a spot in place to start moving forward with this migration. It is a phased expense that starts with an initial payment upon execution of the agreement of $63,700. It will be approximately a year until we get to the point where we will start utilizing the software because it, as I said, gets our place reserved, and with the process, it takes about a year for them to get everything set up properly for us. So at the point where we are ready to start the subscription period, it's going to be our annual cost, which is $96,920. And then there are additional costs for them to come out and conduct training for this new software, which could be up to about $105,450. So tonight, just looking for a motion to approve this contract with BSNA in the total amount of $266,070.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Odell.
Yeah, the whole county is moving to this cloud system. I work for Treasurer's Office. We've already started that process, so it's inevitable. But I'll make the motion to approve the contract with BSNA in the amount of $266,070 with additional travel expenses billed per BSNA's standard rates as
Second.
submitted.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this contract with BSNA Cloud Computing Migration for $266,070. Anyone else on council? I will agree that it is inevitable, and BSNA is the only game in town. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item 7J, Resolution 2026-009 to set water and sewer rates.
So this is the carryover from the presentation that we had last month with Municipal Analytics, reviewing the water and sewer rates based upon the schedule that he provided. You do have the resolution, which outlines all of those rates, and just looking for a motion to approve that resolution to set the water and sewer rates for fiscal year 26-27.
All right, anyone want to make that motion? I will make the motion to adopt Resolution 2026
It is.
009, resolution to set water and sewer rates. These rates would be effective with the July 1st usage, correct? That's one. So your first bill seeing this would be in August? Yes.
Yes.
Say yes.
That look was like,
I know. She's like, no, she was looking like, oh my God, this is going to kill me.
Oh, it
People are gonna come
is.
for me.
They're all coming next month.
Okay, so I made the motion. We need a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2026-009 to set water and sewer rates for the period effective July 1st, 2026. Any comments from council? Anyone in the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, item 7K, Resolution 2026-010, participation in the Clemens Authority interlocal agreement.
So Clemis is the information system that the public safety uses for their law enforcement purposes, doing all of the various checks and things that they do. Clemis used to be an organization that was attached to or part of Oakland County. It has since separated and become its own organization. There were a couple of cities that really kind of started this change and have been part of that. As this is something that's pretty critical for public safety, it really is important for us to accept and move forward with this migration as well. So we are looking for a motion to approve this resolution to move forward with the new improved Clemis organization.
Motion to approve Resolution 2026-010 as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Shornack.
I just had a question. I don't see anything in here. There's no additional cost to this, correct?
I believe it's.
I know we pay
cost
for
is what
Clemens
we
anyway. I know
already
that,
have.
But I just want to know if it was like,
Similar cost, if not the same.
okay.
I don't know if Sam has any detailed information about that. Similar to what it was.
Okay.
And if I could, I did look at the contract, and what you're approving tonight is just for us to be okay with the separation out of Oakland County and then the reorganization of the Clemens Group by the two townships that are starting the new version of it, basically. But it transfers our participation over, so nothing changes. They're not asking for anything else of us at this point.
Yeah, at this point.
So we have a motion and a second. Any member of the audience like to speak on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item 7L, council chamber AV upgrades and additions.
So these are some changes that we've been working on for a while and going back and forth with our consultant, Advanced Lighting and Sound. Ed and August have been working with them to put together this proposal. This is something that they are both in support of at this point in time. I don't see it as an ending, just something that will improve some of the systems that we have in place right now. So just looking for a motion to approve the proposal at a cost not to exceed $10,000.
I would make a motion to approve the quote for the purchase of AV equipment for the city council chambers from Advanced Lighting and Sound at a cost not to exceed $10,000.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by All right, we have a motion by Mayor Lessig, seconded by Councilmember Shornack to approve the quote for purchase of AV equipment. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Anyone in council? This item is to fix cameras and AV equipment in here so we can better broadcast meetings. Okay, thank
We
you.
don't get the echoing.
Yes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 8, report.
Oh, wait, for once, is nobody's. I
wish I had a camera for that.
and we could buy a
Thanks.
second
You're welcome,
microphone
Ed.
so we don't
Okay,
have
all
to.
right.
You're welcome, Ed.
Let's get this done. Item 8, report of city administration.
I have nothing to report tonight.
Hey. All right, report of mayor and council. Councilmember Fletcher.
All All right. Happy Pride Month. I will always stand proudly in support of authenticity, visibility, and equality. As Barack Obama once said, when all Americans are treated as equal, no matter who they are or whom they love, we are all more free. Sending love, hope, and support to all who celebrate within our community. I also wanted to send my condolences to the family of Aiden Gould. I can't imagine the pain that your family and friends are going through right now. There's nothing we can do to replace your loved one, but I think it's important that we address and work towards a better community mental health care in our community. Many people may be unaware that Macomb County actually has a mobile crisis unit that provides on-site interventions, stabilization, and safety planning. I urge those in the community experiencing a mental health emergency to please seek help and that you're not alone. The number is 586-307-9100. This is a complete tragedy, and a child in crisis died. I hope we can continue to build a stronger mental health care system to support those with severe mental health crisis, because this can't keep happening. Suicidal children shouldn't be killed, and police officers shouldn't be expected to be social workers. We need solutions because something's got to give. I'm hoping to sit down with local state reps and discuss what we can do to make the community a bit safer and to work towards better mental community health. And again, I'm so sorry, and just deepest condolences to all of his loved ones.
Okay. Councilmember Bransky.
First, I want to thank Lauren. She took a lot of beatings today, unnecessarily and inappropriately, in my opinion. If people actually paid attention to the meetings, they would know that everything that is done by our vendors is either required by law or at direction of the council and its various boards and committees and the city manager. And that we did or did not agree with any portion of the final project is not a reflection of anyone's failures. It is a burden and a blessing that we have sitting in this chair, that we get to have the final say on a lot of different things. We don't always agree. We don't always disagree. Two members of council were on that board and took objections to it. So I just want to remind the public that everything we do is public. There's a website. There is an agenda that's posted that announces what's going to be on the agenda each month. There is a very active social media presence for the City of Fraser, like all cities. The information is available if you look. And all of us are available. We're in the community. We are available. The city manager's available. We do encourage participation. We love having residents come and speak. We don't know what we don't know. But let's be professional and let's take ownership for the requirements of seeking out information. We can't hand deliver everything to you because you would have information overload. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perry.
I'd like to just wish everybody a happy special 250th 4th of July. I'll repeat it. I wanted to wish everybody a very happy and special 250th 4th of July, Independence Day.
You get bonus if you can say semi-quincentennial.
I was just going to say a quarter of a millennia, but anyways, that's all I have.
Right, thank you. Councilmember Shornack.
Yes, okay, a couple things. One, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there and the moms who act like fathers too, because there are moms who have to play both roles. I also want to send my condolences to all involved because there is no other word to use other than a tragedy. This child was failed on so many levels that it's just sad. But that's for that. Speaking of ordinances, so I had a neighbor reach out with a concern, and it's a valid concern, I believe. Her neighbor, our neighbor, I have a Vivint, I don't know, it's just a security system, but it's on, I have mine on my garage. He has this in particular person has one on his garage. You can actually record. They go so far, you can hear conversations across the street if you're that bored. I'm never that bored, just so you know. I really don't care. But if something were to happen in my 180 view, it would capture that, which is great. While this particular neighbor has now installed one on the side of his garage that is literally pointing at the person's backyard. So recording everything that's going on in that person's backyard, which also goes into that person's house. So I was asked to ask if that is like an invasion of privacy, and is there anything that the resident can do to make the neighbor not be able to record what's going on in her backyard? Because at this point, nobody wants to come over and sit in her yard anymore. She can't even have a conversation anymore in her yard without her neighbor being able to record it. I know, and this is where the world's going, people, so this is relevant. So where does his rights end and hers begin? Because if it were me, I would be very upset. Like, her granddaughter is a young girl, wants to lay out in the backyard, sun tanning, does not feel comfortable to do so. I get it. I get where they're coming from. I would not want my neighbors doing that to me either. I get it that we have had break-ins in on our street on cars. I get it that there's been houses that have broken in here and there because that is the world we live in. So yes, having a security system is absolutely our right. It's great when you're trying to catch somebody who's fleeing from something and you can, or the porch, what do they call them? Porch pirates, right? Who are taking your packages. It's great for all that purposes. Where does invading someone's privacy, where does that line get drawn? And that is the question I've been asked to ask, and I would really like to know the answer. So, is there anything in our ordinances that prevents somebody from invading that much of our privacy?
That last part is easy, no. The first part, it's a much longer conversation. But the general rule is, if you can see it from your house, it's not an invasion of privacy.
But they also are hearing everything because this system, I mean, it's like I said, it's good for the purpose that like I got it for, right? It can catch, but it goes just directly out this way for my house. But he put one on the side of his house, so now he's like in essence recording the things that are going on in her yard. I mean, people put security cameras, I know, all over their house, but this is also now listening to everything too. So
Does that fall in with consent, like one and two party consent stuff?
No.
One-party
in Michigan,
I want to say one.
It's a
I wanna say I
one-party
wasn't even sure if we were one or
Michigan's a
two
one-party
party.
consent law state, so as long as one party is recording it and the other party doesn't know, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as they're both
Sure,
part
I wasn't
of it.
sure what we were-
I'm not sure that statute
have
completely
to.
applies to
This anyway.
video cameras or security systems because it's not that they're actively recording it and know they are, it's just that it's automated, so that's a little different. But we can't, I don't want to give legal advice to the
Right,
resident who
no,
asked the question. The easy answer is, no, there's nothing in our ordinances that we could enforce or do. The less easy answer is it's probably a neighbor-to-neighbor dispute. It's a private issue. And it's becoming more and more common, as you know. Personally, my best friends up in a different township, they dealt with that, and they had to put up some arborvitaes, just to prevent the sight lines that they didn't want their privacy being invaded by. So I don't know that there's an easy solution, but it sounds like it'd have to be a statewide solution. There's nothing locally that we can do that I know of.
Yeah, just trying to figure out where does the line get drawn from protecting you and, and invading your neighbor's privacy kind of thing.
It's the only difference now is it's automated, right? In the old days, you could take a camera and take pictures of anybody in their backyard if you could see it from your house, as long as you're on your own property. So the only difference is the automation part of it, and that's just making it more uncomfortable for people. But until the laws catch up, that's where we're at.
Okay, then. Guess that's where we're at.
Anything else?
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Higgins.
I will join the Happy Quincentennial Parade. And actually, the Fraser Historical Commission, they are having a reading of the Declaration of Independence at the Baumgartner House from 1 to 4 p.m. on July 12th. And they wanted me to note specifically that they are not going to have their normally scheduled open house and barn sale, which is normally on the first weekend of the month, because it's been moved to July 12th, so people are out of town for 4th of July, they can still attend. So July 12th, obviously a lot of unfortunate events. I will echo the a call that anybody who has a family member who's having a mental health crisis should seek to get that person help.
All set. All set. Councilor, or Mayor Pro Tem Odell.
Same thing with condolences, absolute tragedy all around. I got a 15-year-old son as well, so I can only imagine what that family's going through. Hopefully we just all can do better to avoid circumstances like this to get to that point in the future. The Fraser Lions Carnival is coming up, which also means the parade is coming up. So being that it's the 250th birthday of the United States, hopefully we have record attendance of people participating in the parade. They can participate, I believe, with the Parks and Rec to fill out a, if you want to be in the parade or have your group or business or anything represented, please do that. Let's have a great parade, and we've got a very nice paved Garfield Road now that we can walk down safely. And
That's the word.
exactly, because walking down there a couple years ago, I could have fell in a pothole. And but anyways, and also Fraser Lions Carnival for the beer tent, they are doing sponsorships for signs if you want to advertise your business for a lot of people that come throughout the week. Contact the Fraser Lions Club, and for a nominal fee, you can get your business advertised in front of thousands of people, and that money goes back into your community. So that's all I have, and happy 4th of July coming up.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. Last Saturday, a few dozen of us ended up on Airport and Slumber planting trees. Councilmember Fletcher, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Higgins were there. We planted 40 trees donated by Consumers Energy Foundation, and that was sponsored by the Fraser Beautification Club. The DPW was there to, I'm not done yet, Laura. I got a list. So Fraser Beautification Club, Fraser First Booster Club, Consumers Energy Foundation of Michigan, Relief Michigan, the Fraser DPW, and a cast of great neighbors, including one who just rode by or walked by and said, "What are you doing?" And then she went home, got some gloves and a shovel, and she joined us. We're going to make sure she gets a tree in the next planting. So it was, in total, those trees were like $350 each, $400 trees. These are not spindly trees like you get on Memorial Day where they put them in your yard. These are actual trees that have a good chance of making it. So I appreciate that. I want to note one of the members of the audience, member Warnick, actually said something about notifications. And I'm all about making information available to people, and I'd like to see it, put it on the website. We've made some significant upgrades to Civic Plus in terms of our agenda creation. I know it's been a bit of a struggle to get that done, but I think it's paying benefits, much more organized for me, and if we can continue that effort to make sure people have access to information easily, where they know it's on the website, it's just there, that would really be helpful to me. The 250th semi-quincentennial parade is coming up, and we're also, Laura, I'm sure we'll be talking about, Laura Lesage will be talking about the beautification contest where you can decorate your house. Last two things, happy Father's Day, and tomorrow's my daughter's 28th birthday, which is impossible because I'm only 39. So happy birthday, Sarah. And I know I'm embarrassing you if you ever see this video. Last but not least, the zoning conversation has been going on a long time. Started with talking about the master plan years ago, and until it becomes real, it hits people differently at different times. I've learned a lot during the steering committee process. I'm sure Councilmember Shornack learned a lot about it. And even after that, I said, I didn't understand that part, or I didn't understand the impact of that. So we make decisions, as I say, watching the sausage get made is not, which is democracy. It's often messy, but I think we're getting close to a decision we can live with, and I hope so. With that, I am all done, and I will now move on to citizen participation, item number 10. So is there anybody in the audience who would like to just speak for up to 5 minutes, you're welcome to come on up and speak your mind.
I would like to say again, my name is Miss Pollard. Like I said, I go to everybody's council meetings in Michigan. I'm involved with everything in Lansing, also with Dana Nelson, Governor Whitner, and Miss Benson. A lot of y'all probably don't like them, but I love them because when I was homeless, they was there for me. I really still root for them. You know, I don't like people being mean to each other. And the mental health is very serious around America, especially in Michigan. I just had, my daughter just had two of their friends from Dakota High School in Chippewa. Suicide, one that jumped off of McLaren Hospital, that was my son's best friend. They just lost two classmates from cancer. So I'm dealing with that with them, but we talk as a family. But we need to try to, in everybody's city, everybody county, need to come with some kind of solution to get mental health, some help, because some of these people does go to the hospital, but they send them home and then they end up suiciding. So me, I'm a victim of security freeze and also racism from here. For 3 years while I was homeless for the 2.5 years, I had to go to court because the guy tried to kill me, my disabled son, and my daughter. He called us monkeys and stuff. I didn't understand it, but I overlooked him because my grandpa from Kentucky, he used to live in Macomb. He the same as y'all, so I have all the colors in my family. So I didn't understand it. I still talk to him about it till today. I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna continue to fight. I met Mr. Bob for the first time. He the one took me out in the hall. He's been sick, and I told him I understand. I'm patient. So they are gonna be talking whenever he get well. So I told him get well, and I can still wait a little longer to wait for them to all come together for me. But that question you asked about your neighbor with the camera, when I was standing in Washington Township, the sheriff department, what they had me do, go to the court system and let them know. Because when my neighbor was pointing her camera over there, trying to see what we was doing, she said I was selling drugs. I don't sell drugs. I'm a single mom who raised 25 kids, 5 of my own, and adopted my friend's kid. Never sold it. I smoke weed for my back. Yes, I do. I'm not ashamed to say it because I can't take no medication. And it's going on 10 years that I haven't been on no medication with all 4 emergency back. So when I called them, I went to court. The sheriff department had a talk with her and told her she continued to do it, they were going to arrest her. So that might be what they have to do because that is kind of private invading because you never know if that person putting a camera on them people, that he could be a pervert. You don't know what nobody is nowadays. Like everybody said, things are going on. We just need to all stick together and work together as a family because at the end of the day, we all God's children. And I'm always patient where I'm at. But my neighbor, he's been just causing me a lot of trouble. I had to call my buddy them Sunday because he lied to Infinity Saturday, said that I took his Infinity cord off the box. I never touched the box. So I said he just put a had a line come from his house to the cable box in my backyard. So when they came, I don't know what his trip out, but my eye is on him. And I already told him if I keep feeling like I'm, scared or in danger, I'm going to protect me. But he lied to them. He didn't have Infinity for 16 years. He just got it back again Sunday. But he lied on me and told the city I dug in my yard. And he dug, they've investigating him now because he tried to throw them on me when he the one been doing the digging and cutting all our cords and stuff cause in his yard. So Joe just told me they're going to see, they see that he haven't pulled no permit, but see, God is good. You can't play with somebody that talk to God every day. I even asked God, don't let it rain no more because I don't want to be flooded. So I came to the meeting so I can let you guys know because I felt like I didn't have nobody to go to. So that's why I went to the county and Miss Candace in them office because I didn't feel like, I felt hopeless. And I'm a single mom. I'm trying to do everything I put my love in this house. I really don't want to move, but my answer going to be whatever they all come with the answers. And so far, it's not looking good for me. So I don't know what else to do. So
I'll give you a
be
call tomorrow.
homeless.
Okay.
So if I do, I still going to come to the carnival. I'm still going to go
Thank
to
you.
Fraser.
Gotta
'cause
come to
I got
the
some
carnival.
nieces and nephews go to those schools, elementary, middle school, and high school. So I'm still, if I have to end up moving, I'll be homeless for a minute until I decide what I'm going to do. But I'm still going to be active in the neighborhood. I missed on the carnival on 21, so I've been waiting to see if y'all going to have it in this parking lot, but I ain't seen them yet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the audience like to speak?
Laura Lessig, 15201 Fairview. I want to first say that the Fraser First Booster Club next meeting is Wednesday, June 17 at 6:30 at Hanover Grove. And we're having great discussions on our future, as well as looking forward to whatever AEW comes up with for the rendition of the Steffens Park. There's the Beautification Council Southeast Michigan is having their luncheon on June 18, that's next Thursday, at Hanover Grove. And we want to thank Hanover Grove for offering their venue, as well as doing so many amazing things to make it look like a great area. And we're going to have like a picnic type thing with the celebration of 250 all over the place. And there's still tickets available, so you'd like to join us. It's $20. It starts at around 10 o'clock and goes till about 2. They will also be touring the Baumgartner Museum after that. We will eventually put out the fairy doors that for the door hunt in the Fraser businesses in the next few weeks, and by the end of they'll be out there through the end of July. So we'll have people go hunt off the doors. And as was mentioned, the city is partnering with us and the Beautification Club to do the curb appeal celebration contest. You can register online with your pictures of your house, whatever you have decorated, and we'll have a contest where we'll be voting at the carnival on Sunday, and we'll have some prizes for that. So then, Beautification Club, their next meeting is July 22nd at the Ramshorn at 6:30. And as mentioned about the tree planting, we were able to recruit a few people, residents there, to join the Beautification Club. They were so into making the community better, so they want to join us. I want to thank Chris Cook for spearheading the garden at the Fraser Senior Center. They planted everything, and everything's doing well. The seniors are enjoying going out there and taking care of the plants. I want to thank Therese Dries for spearheading the rain garden at McKinley Park. And also thank the DPW for all their efforts in getting that rolling, and the club for planning everything. It looks amazing. You should go check it out. Let's see. Check the Beautification Club Facebook group for opportunities in weeding in the area gardens. We have the clock we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to do the wedge, as well as the corner over by the previous CVS building. And let's see what else. Toodle Tour is coming up at the Baumgartner House. That's on Thursday, August 6th. It's from 4 to 7 at the Baumgartner House. So they'll have a museum, we'll have music, we'll have activities, and you can tour the Samantha's Garden there. And more info will follow on that. You can register for that. It's $15 pre-registration, and at the door it's going to be $20. So please come to that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else in the audience? Last chance. Last chance.
My name is Joseph Jablinski. I just learned commerce under industrial, but so much complaint, the people talking about the drainage, The quick suggestion, just like other city, what I see. Springtime or fall's time just needed and send some kind direction for the people. Say, don't pushing the dirt, grass every day. Many times the landscaping company I watching on the industrial complex. Oh, we hired the landscaping company. Every day pushing on the street, later on the rain take it and clogged it. And the building owner say, oh no, I pay for the company. But you're responsible for the company if you pay. So that's probably, just like in I don't say just like in a poor city in Hamtramck, but just like in sending flyer every 6 months and say, you're responsible for not pushing in grass and dirt and everything else. Mm-hmm. The second thing I hear about the camera. The camera sometimes is, if you watch a neighbor is good because we have a situation and somebody robbed to a neighbor and taken his server. So after he have an idea who robbed him. So he come to the actually neighbor and look at it and he say, well, that's my worker. So he can figure it because his worker taken his server.
Wow. Didn't expect that.
So that's, many times, people complain, don't watch the next one, but sometimes it's good to watch it next.
Yep.
I say just in case, if he needed help.
Not put it on your TV in your living room and watch it.
No, just
I
just like, I say just like, but the tape record, whatever it is, in the box, the person, when he come and rob, and he take it, the machine, he say, well, he thinking he's good, but he come to the neighbor, the bear, and, well, it's have only on the side, well, that's my worker.
That's not good. Former worker. Well, he started its own business.
Okay.
He needed a server.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, as I say, there's so many better things, the communication. Same thing, just like the people before talking about the EMS. Well, I complained, a couple weeks ago. 3 years later, I received from court, actually from Farmington. I say, how that thing has happened? I say, just like, the I used an EMS like 3 years ago, but, I receiving, from hospital bill and some other bill, the Blue Cross and pay and not pay, okay. But nobody sent from the EMS from here. 3 years later, I come in, I look at it, say, oh, we sent to the, the billing company. The billing company not sending to me ever, sent to the collection to the Grand Rapids, and Grand Rapids collection come to the Farmington Hills. And after I talk to the people, who make the billing, and the billing say, oh, we send it, but the letter coming back, it say just like on the mail. I say I live for 25 years on the same address, so I don't know, maybe the mail person having problem, maybe snow or rain or something, he returned in nothing. But why you not resend again?
Right.
So after, creating problem, just like how you can have in money, just like if collection and going to deduct in some other stuff and make it in, big headache. Just only few $100, I say, but after making headache for everyone.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Sheree for the hearing.
All right. We are now on to number 11, last item of the evening. I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session to consult with the city attorney to consider written legal opinions exempt from discussion or disclosure. Second. All right. We have a motion by Mayor Lessig, seconded by Councilmember Baranski to go into closed session to consider written legal opinion. Roll call vote, please.
Baranski?
Yes.
Fletcher?
Yes.
Higgins? Yes. Lessig?
Yes.
Odell?
Yes.
Harry?
Yep.
Zornick?
Yes.
All right, we'll go into closed session at 10:28 p.m.
Can you sneak in?
Yeah. Don't do it.
We're back from closed session at 10:38 PM. I would like to make a motion to direct the city administration, the city attorney, to proceed as discussed in the closed session.
Seconded.
Motion by Mayor Lessig, seconded by Councilmember Fletcher to do the thing I just said. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Motion to adjourn. I will second that. Motion adjourned by Mayor Pro Tem Odell, seconded by Mayor Lessig. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned at 10:38 PM. Thank you for sticking around. Have a good night.